I'll make you famous.
Because I'm a cowboy! Oh, man!
Nuts. You thought.
And now, your mama knows.
Bruce, unleash the baby god dragon! Guys, there's a lot of stuff going on. Like, where do I begin? Can anyone tell me where do I begin? Well, I tell you this. We're going to cover it all. And it's going to be epic. And there might actually be some drama going on. Because gaming is ramping up and gaming is getting wild. When I say wow, I mean wow. Because no one could just enjoy what they like and let it be that. They can't. Because you have to like something and somebody else has to say it's terrible. And then somebody else has to say that's terrible. And it just goes on and on and on. So, with that being said, we might as well start this show and see exactly where we're going to start it. And I see some people in the chat. I want to say what's up to you guys. And so let's get this thing going. So with that being said, I am the Cowboy. King of entertainment, baby. And we are back with another show. And this show today, I mean, why does it have to get crazy? Well, I don't know, because console warriors just love to fight. So for me personally, I don't mind facilitating your fight. Okay? Now, we can do this the easy way, or can we do this the hard way? Now, the easy way is for people to come on when I throw that link out, you to jump in, speak your piece, say, hey, it is what it is. I like this game, blah, blah, blah. I like this platform, blah, blah, blah. Or the hard way. The hard way is for you guys to come on here and go, I can't stand anything you like. I can't stand anything you like. Shut up. This is better than that. Guys, we can do that. But we don't have to do that. So I just want to put it out on the record that why don't we just do this thing today and make it cool, simple, and easy for everybody. Anyways, if you guys are new to the channel, I'm the Cowboy, King of Entertainment, and what I like to do is just entertain the masses to get you up off your feet and off your... Anyway, so when you come on here, you might see some dancing. You might see some... All right, well, martial arts. But you will see on this channel is some vlogging, gaming, podcasts, talk shows, and reviews. I think I broke it. So, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I like to have a lot of fun. I like to do a lot of stuff. I want to thank a bunch of new people that's been watching my Mortal Kombat stuff. So I'm a big, huge fan of Mortal Kombat. As we know, Mortal Kombat 1 will be coming out September 19th. I think if you pre-order it, you get it September 14th. And so a bunch of people have been watching my Mortal Kombat videos, and I'm just like, oh, okay. So I definitely will be making more because I do like Mortal Kombat, I do like the lore, and I was just making a rant video, and I mean, wow, so many people watched the video, and a bunch of people have been commenting, and they actually started watching some of my other stuff. So I do want to take this time out to thank my Mortal Kombat community. And also, I don't know what to do with my Thursdays. See, Mondays is usually this show. We're going to talk gaming and blah, blah, blah. And then last week I did my Tuesday, I made it only non-gaming. And that was kind of cool, right? Because, you know, I like to talk about some non-gaming stuff too. Wednesdays is typically always my We Wrestle Wednesdays. But Thursdays is like up in the air. I was doing We Play Games over here. Thursdays where I just play games. Like, I don't really know. But I don't know, man. You guys are showing me some love with Mortal Kombat. I might have to make Thursdays a Mortal Kombat day. Yes. Something like that. Anyway, but I just want to say thank you for the guys who's been watching, who's are Mortal Kombat fans. It's been amazing meeting a lot of you new people. So with that being said, I'm going to sit down. I'm going to read the comments. I like to read I call you guys the early adopters, the first people in the chat. I get to read all of what you guys say and give you a cowboy shout out. So I'm going to grab a chair. I hope you grab a chair. And let's get into the show. Let's get into the show. So, sound is good. I can take this out my ear now. Good stuff. Good stuff. Just like the spot check. All right. All right. So let's see who is in the building. Oh man, that's a lot of y'all just showed up in the building. My man Q Beanie in the building first. Let's go. He said starting now, LOL. What do you mean starting now, LOL? It was 5:30. I started on the dot. Hold up. Let's see what you wrote. Yeah, 5:31, bro. Let's see. Yo, Holtz is in the building. Yeah, good evening, all. Chosen is in the building. Let's go. My man ISO Motion Gaming, the most casual gamer at his finest. Let's go. Tony is in the building. Hey, Tony, thanks for tuning in, man. I think this might be the first time I seen your name, so prepare to be entertained at all costs, Tony, because we do it all over here with the Cowboy, King of Entertainment. So it's going to be epic. Trust and believe, believe and trust that. My man Obi Rose is in the building, so I think you should begin with Tekken in case you're wondering. No, I am. Well, you know what, Roby? I'll tell you this. Last time I added Tekken to the show, I beat the dog piss out of you. So you might not want to mention Tekken and me at the same time. Now, he said, not biased. Cubini said, starting now, LOL. Let me see. Oh, you know what? It's duplicating itself. So let me just scroll down. That's a weird thing it does. Okay, so Tony said, what's up? Cubini said, hey, brother, I'm at home today. Oh, count me in for the conversations. Yo, oh, my man Dorgon is in the building. Guys, give it up for Dorgon. Well, first of all, I'll give it up for a bunch of great content creators. But my guy Dorgon and Rude Diggs, they do a hell of a Monday morning show at 10 p.m. 10 a.m. Eastern. And man, I love it. I just sit at my job listening to them guys. They get into everything. They have a good feedback with the audience. Good stuff. All right. So evening, brother. I'm headed to bed. Hope you have a great show. Thank you very much, Dorgon. I appreciate that, brother. And I wish our times was more aligned, but I know you're many, many hours away from me. Obi said, I think you should start with the Tekken. Oh, yeah. Okay. I think it's finally catching up. Oh, no, I'm not biased. I really am. Let's see. Where's the topics? Let me see. And September 16, Cowboy would lose a first to 50 to Hitbox Rose when I left you, Cowboy. I was but the student, and now I am the master. Host said peaceful debates. Get on that chill stream. Kumbaya, Cowboy. Kumbaya. Now, you know it ain't Kumbaya over here. Give me another day off. No. So the thing is, you never gave me, like, I never put all the topics out. Like, you was mentioned a couple things. What's up, Lethal? So give me the topics and I'll actually change it. I just didn't know what it was. Plus, I was on the phone with my mom, to be honest with you. I was driving home from work. I was on the phone with my mom. I came in the house and I was like, all right, Mom, I kind of got to go. And literally I had 3 minutes to put everything together. So that's my bad. Let me see. My bad says 5 p.m. on my 5 p.m. on you know why? Because when I went to set it up, it was only 3 minutes before 5:30, and so it wouldn't allow me to make it 5:30. So that's my bad. So what I did was I just put it at 6 and just press start anyway. So yeah, so my bad, Cubini. But yeah, it is supposed to be 5:30, as you know. Yo, my man is in the building. Bio, we gotta get our tag team titles back, baby. He said, yeah, I'm new, man. Hey, Tony, listen, man. The format is cool. So if you ever wanted to just have a lot of stuff to say, we're going to throw out a bunch of topics. Bro, feel free to have anything to say on any of them. But I do something special. I throw out a link so anybody watching could click on that link and jump into the show and be here with me. If you don't want your face to be seen, you could do this. Bam. Nobody got to even know what you look like. All we do is hear your voice. So feel free, man, to join in anything you hear. Feel free to actually add topics. Feel free to be like, hey, what do you think about this? And then we could talk about what you want to talk about as well. So you'll see it's pretty cool over here. It's different from a lot of different, shows on YouTube. And it's a bunch of content creators I know, kind of like Obi Rose Kenobi. He does similar stuff like that too. So we got a cool community. And, over here, I touched the tough topics. We're going to talk about it. And if people want to cry, it is what it is. But I'm gonna do something for you guys. When is this? Get me a link, bro. I need to see this. You about to come on, man. Let me see. Welcome, Tony. We welcome all open clicks to the link. Wow, we open. All right. Blame my childhood for my teachers for my inability to read. Welcome, Tony. We welcome all opinions. Click the link when Cowboy throws it. So the link, I am about to get to the link, bro. The more the better, for sure. Definitely. Yo, what's up, Chariot Man Gaming? Hold on, let me give my man Chariot Man one of these. Cowboy shout out. My man Chosen is in the building, so you're not getting those belts back in no time soon. Chosen, we getting those belts back, bro. Just know that. Let me see. One day I'll join. I'm currently hungover, drunk for 3 days straight. Fair enough, man. All right, cool. So now I'm about to throw the link out there so you guys could join. And it's going to be epic. But I do have one thing I'm going to say before I do that. So let me just write this real quick. To join the show. Bam. Okay, here we go. It's right there. I'm going to pin it so anybody could join. If you're coming in late, you guys know that I pinned this in the chat. And I want to say this, though. We're going to have a lot of topics. It's going to be laughter, funny, crazy. But for anybody out there that's being crybabies, for anybody out there that get their feelings hurt or get upset, guys, let's just have fun and enjoy chilling, laughing, joking together. Because if you can't handle that, I know somebody that got some choice words for you.
Man the fuck up.
Because I'm not here to babysit grown men feelings. All right, now that that's out the way, Chucky had to say what he had to say. Let's bring in the first person is in the building. A friend of the show, my guy, Mr. Q Beanie.
Bro, of course it's me. Of course. How you doing, buddy?
What's up, man? So you are home today. All right, okay. I see you, Q. It's good stuff.
Oh, let me change this picture. This old Redfall thing. Let me change that. Hold on.
Oh, you ain't want to keep Redfall up there, start controversy already?
I got something better for that one. Hold on.
Uh-oh. Where you about to put that? What is that thing called? Airfall, I think, something like that. Oh, he put the whole Xbox on there.
The black one, the 1 terabyte.
Oh, the Series S. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, coming in red hot is none other than my right-hand man, F-Cat. Let's go. Oh, my bad. X-Cat. You gotta love it, yo. You can't make this stuff up.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me ask you this, man. You didn't have like a list of the stuff like you normally do. So
I sent you that.
Did you in what the thing? In Discord?
Yeah.
Or just you and me Discord?
Yeah.
When? Last night?
Not earlier.
Oh wait, the 720, which was Friday? No, yeah, hold up.
You might have not got it. But yeah, we'll just do this off the back, I guess.
Well, no, I mean, you know what all the topics are. I was just gonna change. I was just gonna put, you know how like to make it the title. So I didn't know what they all were, and I was just like, no, I'm just gonna make the title the most epic show with the most epic game and drama. Come and join the fun and more. So I figured, doll it up a little bit. Anyway, so people are probably like, what are they even talking about? Let's see. F Cat and Q. What up? Is what Obi Rose said. Rose, I don't know why you're not on here, man. Because we would love to see the ugliness called Obi Rose. All right. So what are we starting with first? X Cat.
Well, you want to go with some non-gaming?
Nah, bro. I told you my whole thing might be gaming, man. So
Whole thing might be gaming.
Man, you make it sound like people gonna be burning their lawns on fire and whatnot. And look, Ellis in the building, so Ellis about to come with some wild craziness too. Give a shout out to Ellis in the building. Babies in hand. Oh, you got the baby in hand. All right. So hold up. Before I pull up that topic, it might get crazy. So you know what I gotta do, F-Cat. Guys, I gotta take the shoes off. I gotta take y'all see these shoes? Got to take my shoes off. But more than that, taking the socks off. It's about to get real.
So we're not gonna talk about Twitter changing the name, nothing like that.
You know what's funny? I feel like I associate that with gaming. Yeah, let's bring that up first. Well, you know what? When you say non-gaming, my mind. I'm going to alligators, giant alligators. I'm going people getting arrested in car crashes. Yeah, so where my brain is.
Just little things to talk about.
Oh, yeah, let's talk about it. Yeah, let's bring that up. So put this up. What you doing now to Walt Disney?
Yep.
All right. So breaking news, CEO Bob Iger considering selling streaming service and other assets, may even try to sell entire Disney company. Now, isn't only like a few companies on the planet that could afford Disney that we know of anyway.
Yeah, because Disney park cap is about at like what, 567 point something billion dollars.
Yeah, we said billion. Bro, that's wild. That's wild. Man.
Like I said on Obi show, everybody said Call of Duty's the ring of mortar, but no, the mouse is the ring of mortar.
It's just you would never think, right? That'd be like Microsoft selling Microsoft. Well, no, that'd be like All right, that'll be like ABC selling Google. You'll be like, what? So just to hear like Disney might be sold, the whole Disney, that's wild.
You mean Alphabet? So,
Yeah, Alphabet. Yeah.
yeah.
So Alphabet selling Google, right? But what about you, Cubini? When you heard this news, what did you think, man?
I'd be lying if I wasn't surprised.
Mhm.
Disney's got some issues. I have no clue who's going to buy them. I can guess Apple and Google may try to pick off some of it,
Mm-hmm.
possibly. People talking about Microsoft touching them. They're not going to do that. I don't
No,
have any reason to think that.
no.
What about Amazon? You
Hey,
left them out.
yeah, I mean, so Disney would be a good fit for either Apple or Amazon. Also, Walmart could probably jump into the mix.
Damn, is Walmart that big now?
I mean, they could possibly take out a loan
Yeah, I didn't think. You know the
just to
thing is,
get some
me,
marketing rights, you know?
so me personally, I'm not that invested with the brand Disney because when I think of it, I always think kiddie stuff. And I said a long time ago when
No,
Marvel
I
was
mean,
gonna,
Marvel, Star Wars, we're
no,
talking Simpsons.
hear me out. So when Marvel was going to be years ago taken over by Disney, I said, oh man, they're going to ruin it. It's going to be all childish and silly. Now they pulled off some good stuff, but you know what's happening now? It's all childish and silly. So it just took them years to do what I thought they was going to do. So I feel like, bro, can Sony get Marvel like back so they could just have all of it so we could have some like violent comic book movies?
Yeah. I mean, Microsoft is already, having trouble trying to buy Call of Duty. You don't think the regulators would like jump on them for trying to go after Disney?
Well, in fairness,
No.
the
I didn't
bias
say
was against
Disney.
them from the start. So
Yeah.
No. I didn't say Disney. I'm just saying can Sony get Marvel? Like, because they still own Sony still own Marvel properties. So I just want to
Uh-huh.
see whatever company have all of Marvel. It's annoying when it's like, oh, we can't use the Hulk for so many years because they're still owned, the rights are still owned by this. So you only can make like 4 Hulk movies. And oh, you can't use Spider-Man until you come up with some big deal. And it's like, dude, they're all Marvel. It's annoying. Oh, well, we technically we can't have the Fantastic Four and meet up with the Avengers because they're owned by them. And it's like, yo, remember, it was Fox, it was Sony, and it was Disney. Like 3 people own Marvel. Like that's ridiculous. So this got nothing to do with a console war. I don't care if Microsoft owns all of Marvel.
Well, Disney does have video games. Disney does have video games.
No, that's fine. I'm just saying the brand Marvel. That's all I'm invested with Disney, right? Well, actually, the one game which is probably one of my favorite racers of all time is actually split second, and that was actually made by Disney, and they canceled part 2. But other than that, yeah, I'm just talking about the brand. That's what I'm invested in. Now, Star Wars. I know a lot of you guys are big Star Wars fan. I am not. Right. So at the end of the day, I don't really care, but I'm just being honest on where my investment lies. That's it.
Well, let me say, Microsoft does have a good relationship with Disney right now. They have several games and several tie-ins they're doing with them. I don't know if that would lead anywhere, but maybe they could get
now
something.
Now, Universal is Disney's competition. Now, I don't necessarily know if the competition can buy anything from them.
Well, I think it all stems from deals, as we're learning with this ABK deal, right? So it all depends on who you do a deal with, right? So, yes, when stuff are publicly traded, stockholders like to make money. So you sell stuff off a little bit more, blah, blah, blah. But you got to get a deal. So it's all about the deal. You say that with Stadia. Like, it's all about the deals. They're not getting games because they're not making these deals. Whether they jacked up a deal or somebody didn't want to do a deal with them. So, right now we're all just speculating at this point.
Right.
I mean, you got the cable networks in there too. So that
That too.
Say that again?
You got cable networks.
Yeah, the ABC and FX.
That's
interesting.
That's wild, right? How big that is.
Yeah, it is big. So the only video game I like with Disney label on it would have to be probably Kingdom Hearts.
Well, yeah, because they haven't made a Mickey Mouse game in a while, right?
Yeah.
It's been some time. Hey, Holtz, listen, man. I gotta hype it up.
I would say Capcom, hey, go out, talk to Disney, and be like, hey, can we bring back Marvel vs. Capcom?
See, and here's another problem with that. So Marvel versus Capcom, now that like Marvel's kind of split up, you had people from a bunch of different places. So Disney doesn't own all of that now.
Yes, they
But I
do.
know video games is a little
They
bit more.
own everything Marvel.
What do you mean? If Spider-Man's Marvel, they don't own Spider-Man.
Yeah, they own Spider-Man.
Who owns Spider-Man?
Yeah, Sony Pictures owns.
Just because Sony owns the likeness or the rights to it.
If what you said was true,
anything.
if what you said was true, then Spider-Man, then Disney Marvel would be making Spider-Man movies, but they can't because Sony owns that rights to Spider-Man as far as movies. So, yeah. Remember, they had to do a hell of a deal just to get Spider-Man. The first time Spider-Man was in a Disney Marvel movie was a Civil War, you know, and they had to do a crazy deal with that. But anyways, it is what it is.
But yeah, let's move on.
All right, so hold on. It's the PG era for everything nowadays. Let me just catch up with chat. It's PG era for everything nowadays. It's going to be real hard for adult content to become popular again, like how it was back without Karens and woke people right up there. Yeah, but you know what, though? I got to give Sony some credit. Bro, look how violent that Craven movie is. Look how violent Venom was, right? So if they could, and look at DC. DC, they be making some violent stuff, too, every now and then. And it'd be a more serious tone every now and then. So we can't say never, but I do agree. The world is a little more softer now, and everything bothers everybody. Like, look at the Flash movie. People was complaining that in the beginning of the movie they put a baby in a microwave, and he did that to save the baby because the Flash, if he moved you super fast, you would pretty much like explode, right? So he did that to save the baby. And people just didn't care about the logic of the superhero. They just was like, "Oh my God, he put a bit." It's like, "Yo, soft mother effers, man." Like,
bro, I actually enjoyed that movie.
Huh?
I actually enjoyed that movie. I didn't like the first 20 minutes of it because it was all like CG and looked kind of terrible. Right. But the rest of it was great.
You know what? My problem with that was
that was the best part.
I thought it was going to be bigger than what it was. Like, I thought it was going to be better than what it was. I thought it was going to be the biggest
I thought it was going to be bigger.
Oh man, it was so overhyped. And here was the issue with me, Cubini. At the end of the day, the main protagonist was the Flash, and I feel like he's a subpar character. So when you really got to watch the movie, you was like, it looked great. It got Batman in it, this Batman, and they got Kara, Superman's cousin. You was like, yo, but then it really was just a movie around the Flash, and it was like when you think about it, it's like, okay, the Flash isn't that.
Hey,
yeah,
you know, that was cool.
Oh,
Nicolas Cage was in it.
That was cool.
Yeah, that was great.
That was CG. That was
but
it don't matter. Cool. It
doesn't matter. Bro. Come on. Yeah, it doesn't matter. He was in it, and it was cool because it was always the rumors of him being
Christopher Reeve was in the freaking movie.
Bro, that was cool. He was. Hold on.
And George Clooney.
Let's give it up for
and George Clooney. There you go.
Building. Hold on. I said Devin. Sorry, man. I just said David and Devin. Listen, Devin, just blame my school system for me not being able to read. But man, thank you very much for subscribing. I think you also was one of the people that was chatting with me about Mortal Kombat, right? Guys, let's just take a moment. Did you guys see the numbers my Mortal Kombat stuff has been doing? Yo, people are really into Mortal Kombat. What's cool though is a lot of people have been gravitating to my Mortal Kombat stuff. Like I know it's a bunch of other people I'm even watching, but people are digging my Mortal Kombat content. Like when I streamed the closed beta, man, some of the videos got like 500 views. And when I streamed the closed beta for Tekken, it didn't do that great. So it's kind of cool that people are, seeing my enthusiasm for Mortal Kombat. And I've been
quick.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, real quick back to the other thing. Transformers to me was like Avengers Endgame, and Flash was trying to be like Spider-Man No Way Home, but it kind of failed.
Well, yeah. So let's back it up a little bit. What is his name? Doctor Strange, the Multiverse of Madness, was trying to be like No Way Home, and then pretty much the Flash was trying to be like that, and that was trying to be like that. But listen, when you get a hit, it's like, why not try that formula? I got excited because it reminded me of those movies. It's just they didn't really pull it in like that. No Way Home was amazing. Multiverse of Madness to me wasn't that amazing. I feel like I even need to watch it again. But let me read this real quick. Cubini said, he wrote me, said, who is Spider-Man owned by? In February 2015, Disney, Marvel Studios, and Sony made a deal to share the Spider-Man film rights, leading to a new iteration of Spider-Man being introduced and integrated. Now, here's the thing, though, Cubini. That wasn't a long-term deal. That was a certain amount of picture deal. So they made a few pictures, and remember, that's why they wrapped it up at No Way Home. Hold on. In No Way Home, when you watch the story, they made everybody forget. I'm sorry if you guys didn't see it. Spoiler alert, you didn't see it by now. But they made everybody forget who he was, and they made him get rid of all his Iron Man tech. Why would he do that? Right. So that way, if they wanted to have a only Sony Spider-Man picture, it would have nothing to do with Marvel at all. It's funny saying Spider-Man and
so
Marvel.
Sony Spider-Man is Andrew Garfield, right?
Well,
and
no, and
Disney Spider-Man is Tom Holland.
Wait. Ooh, then you just forgot about my the best Spider-Man of all, Tobey Maguire.
Oh, they're doing it 4. They just said they're doing Spider-Man 4.
Toby's still my favorite for sure.
With Toby, Sam Raimi.
Yeah, but what I'm saying now, who Spider-Man is he? Can you say it?
Wait, what?
Which Spider-Man is he under? Can you say it?
He's under what? Sony?
Sony, yes. Now remember, there was a time. You know what's funny? I thought Andrew Garfield was under Fox. It's so crazy.
No, he was under Sony.
That was still Sony, yeah. But yeah, I mean, this thing is cool and crazy. But good shout out though, Cubini.
Yeah,
let's move on.
The point of that, real quick, was because they have that deal. That also is what ties into the game side. So if they ever lost that deal with them, then they would lose Spider-Man exclusivity. They would have to go multi-plat with that game.
No. You got it wrong. So that Spider-Man was always a part of Sony. I'm telling you, you got to look it up. So when they did that deal, that was so Disney. I'm not gonna say Marvel because it get confusing. That was so Disney was able to have Tom Holland or Spider-Man inside of their movies. That's what that deal was for. So it had nothing to do with the game. But that game, so like that's what that deal was for. That had nothing to do with the game. So that's like a separate thing. And Lion's in the building. He's a super movie buff. Yeah. Lion, can you drop some of your knowledge, please? And Ron said, Ron 2022 is here. Lion says, shout out to everyone, especially my dude, the Cowboy. Thank you very much, Lion. He said, head into Monday night. Oh, you going to Monday Night Raw tonight? That's dope. He said, we need Miles Morales in live action. So, yeah, I mean, honestly, if you look it up, they did the deal so Kevin Feige was able to write the script for a Spider-Man, for those few Spider-Man movies. So, yeah, trust me. Like Sony very much is in control of Spider-Man. It's not Disney at all. Remember, Tobey Maguire Spider-Man's under Sony. Andrew Garfield, like you said, was under Sony. Like they was always a Sony thing.
So I feel like they own the video game rights and they own movie rights, but they don't own the actual comic book character.
Right. Well, they own the rights to both. Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, because I don't get because as far as video games,
so Marvel versus Capcom is using the actual comic book character, so that would have absolutely nothing to do with Sony or Disney.
I don't know how that goes. I know because that was that. You think about the last Marvel versus Capcom Infinite. That was a while ago. That I don't know, and if anybody knows, let us know. But I do know as far as Spider-Man, Sony, however, have the rights to Spider-Man as an individual game. But hold up. Let's see. Lion said that deal is not tied to the video game. This is why the game was offered to Microsoft. But that was a long time ago. But yeah. But no, that's what I'm saying. That movie deal was a movie deal and had nothing to do with the game.
we're getting caught up in Spider-Man.
All right, go ahead. But it was good. You brought it up, bro. All right, anyway, Elon Musk say he's changing Twitter's name to X.com and dumping all of the bird stuff. So when is that supposed to happen? I've been looking all day.
It's supposed to happen today. No, you go to the website and it says X.
Really? I'm gonna pull it up right now.
It's in process. So if you open it, it shows an X, and then up top there's an X up there already. It's like a little red dot in the corner. It's kind of cool.
Oh snap!
But the website itself hasn't changed.
So our phones haven't changed, but the website has changed. Check this out.
Unless if you have iPhone.
No, here it goes. Look, an X right there.
Yes, sir.
Look at Obi Rose. Probably got another video of him getting beat the hell up. But yeah, look at that.
And then when you reopen that, when you relaunch that whole website, it shows a big X for like a half.
Yeah, yeah. When I clicked on it, it showed like an X like pop up on the screen. It was cool.
Yep. So I wonder if they'll change it to X.com or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, because it still says.
So this was thought of overnight, like no thought into it. Some reason Elon Musk has a addiction
Well, let me ask you this: how you know he wasn't thinking about it for a while? Did you talk to him? Did he call you last night? And was you on the phone with him? And he was like, "Yo, F-Cat, bro, I got it." You was like, "Yo, what, Elon? You gonna take out Mark Zuckerberg?" No, not that. I'm gonna call it X. I was just watching an old episode of X, and we just gonna name it X. You was like, "Name what X?" You know, the bird. You was like, "What bird?" Elon, what's wrong with you, bro? And he was like, No, X, Twitter. You was like, "Oh, okay." I mean,
that's how it went down.
Well, so I have a lot of money, so maybe he did just say like, "Oh, wait, G Generation X."
So how do you pronounce this? How to Z or
how do you pronounce X?
You'd be X.
No, on the screen, Cowboy. You see it?
Oh, how to Zeet?
Is that how you pronounce it?
I mean, I know it's not a Z, but I think so, right? I don't know.
If I had to guess, it'd be something more close to that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Zeet.
So wait, what is that though? I thought it was just called X.
Well,
so when you send a tweet like before, now it's called this.
Oh, if you say Zeet me.
Yeah.
Yo, hit me up in my. Oh man! All right, let me catch up with the chat real quick. Okay, there you go. X is the future state of unlimited interactivity centered in audio, video, messaging, payments, banking, creating a global market for marketplace for ideals, goods, services, and opportunities powered by AI. X will X will connect us all in ways we're just beginning to imagine.
Two things that stand out to me.
Okay.
Payments and banking.
Well, you know what? So
on a social media platform?
No, don't say that, bro. Do you understand what I do every month? So my friend who lived in Arkansas put this on to me. So I hosted his nephew's wedding some years ago, right? And he wanted to pay me for his nephew, and I said, his nephew. And I was like, bro, I'll do it for free because I met him when he was a little kid, so I'm doing my part for free. But my boy, who's the DJ, if you could pay him. So he said, well, listen, I'm going to send you money and you give him the money. I said, bet. How you want to send it for me? It's to me. He said, through Facebook. I said, through Facebook? What the hell are you talking about? He was like, yeah, that's how I pay my nanny. I was like, what? He was like, yeah, like all you got to do is go to Facebook Messenger and you add your banking information. And it's like, I just click on it and send it to you. I was like, what? This was probably 5 years ago. Ever since that, this is what my wife and I do. When my wife send me her half of the mortgage, bam. Matter of fact, Friday, she got paid. Send me her half of the mortgage through Facebook. And that's what we do all the time.
So now we can tweet each other money.
Hold up. She'll take my daughter. Listen, she'll take my daughter out to get school shopping because I'll be like, I'm not going shopping. And she'll be like, she'll take her out and she'll just send me a pay thing. She'll be like, hey, this is how much it cost me. And it'll say pay. I click on it. It already got my banking information. I say pay, put my password in, and bam, she gets the money. And it's fast. It's that instant. There's no day. There's no, oh, you got to pay extra money. You snap your fingers and the money's in her bank account. So,
I mean, Cash App is fast too. There's so many ways you can do it now.
Yeah, I mean, people can do Cash App, they do Zelle.
PayPal.
But PayPal isn't as fast. PayPal will say if you want it the same day, you got to pay like $3 or a percentage.
So the second thing that stood out for me, powered by AI.
Yeah, that's interesting. If we could dive and unpack that, you know, let me see real quick before you speak on that. Let me see. Bio said he stopped using Twitter really, so he really don't care. Let me see. Obi said, "Word, that's what's up, bro. Cowboy, I won't. I won that fight, bro. Oh, you did win the fight. That's surprising because you usually lose all the time. Real quick before we go too far, Lion said Sony controls movie rights for the Spider-Man character. They have the rights for the PlayStation version of Spider-Man for video games. This is why other game companies put Spider-Man in their game. But how come nobody else made a Spider-Man game? Bull said, "What the hell is that?"
Marvel Midnight Suns. Marvel Midnight Suns.
Yeah, but I said, how come nobody
Avengers.
I said, how come? No, don't say Avengers. Spider-Man was only on Sony for Avengers. Only.
Oh,
yeah, it was
exclusive.
only.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ah.
Yeah, I actually had an issue with a friend of mine. We both was into PlayStation. I mean, into Stadia, and what broke him from Stadia is he had who does Fios? He had Verizon, and Verizon was giving out Marvel Avengers for free. And he was like, "Bro, I'm not gonna pay to get it on Stadia, and when I could get it for free, and it got Spider-Man on PlayStation." I was like, "Bro." So he and that literally was kind of the end of him on Stadia. So yeah,
I sent you quick little messages about this topic.
Okay, let's go. A lot has changed since Elon Musk created the banking app that merged with PayPal. Musk has stiffed Twitter's office, landlord, business partners, vendor, etc. And he wants X to become an all per.
The other one is that Meta actually owns the copyrights for X, so I don't know what's going to happen with that.
Really?
Yeah, it says Facebook company Meta already owns the copyrights to X for the social media platform. So I don't know. Maybe he made a deal with them. Who knows? I'm kind of reading into it now as best I can.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Over the next couple of days, everything will come out. You know what I'm saying? We're just it's just happening. So I see y'all talking about Twitter, the FCAT and Cowboys specialty, not video games. Yeah, well, listen, you know what I said before. I don't like to restrict it to just video games, but y'all like to talk about video games a lot. Now, I love video games, but I love this stuff too, though, man. I like to talk about it all.
So should we be worried that Twitter is going to be run by AI or powered by AI?
No, what would that mean? Like, no, not really. I mean, what is it going to do? Tell me what's the drastic thing that we should be worried about. What would you say? Like, AI is going to steal my post? I might be like, yo, I'm streaming at 5:30, and the AI is going to be like, I'm the Cowboy King of AI, and I'm streaming at 5:30. I'm like, hold up, I wrote that post. Like, well, I don't know.
Exactly.
No, I just think
AI, that's the thing. AI learns from us. Like,
yeah, but I think in a general setting, let's stop thinking AI is the devil and start thinking the advancements we could use it for, which will get rid of some people's jobs. But that's just technology in a whole. So, I'm upset. I remember I lost a job because of technology. I used to work in a phone room at a job I was at for 20 years. So before, I was probably there for 6 years as a research interviewer, right? So I came to work, made phone calls, to call doctors, did appointments with them, asked them survey questions, and filled out a form. Then technology got so good, we didn't need a form. I instead of writing on paper and pen, I had to type it in a caddy system, right? And then technology got so good, they said, hey, we're not going to have the phone room no more. I was like, what? They're like, yeah, so anybody in the phone room, you either going to get a new job or we're going to transfer. I was like, well, why are we not having a phone room? So, well, technology. Now we could just fax somebody a password. They go online on their own and fill out the survey without you. I was like, damn. So, I mean, technology, bro.
Damn.
Yeah, that was wild.
But whenever you're ready, you can do a topic switch so we can make room happy.
Like that? You trying to get real? When I hear you say do an official topic switch, I know it's going to get crazy. All right, hold on real quick. Before we move on, let me just read this. Bio.
There's a lot of gaming news. We're not going to get to the hot stuff till later.
It's all fun and games until real life becomes iRobot. All right, so guys, we are about to switch. All right, so this is your last non-gaming?
Yep.
All right, bro, we about to do it. Cubini, you ready?
Yeah. I'm a little limited on time tonight, but I'll be here as much as I can.
All right, brother. Well, let's do a topic switch.
Topic switch.
All right, guys. So, we talked about X, the new Twitter. Talked about Disney possibly being sold. We got into a lot of stuff from who should own the rights to Sony and to Spider-Man and Marvel and blah blah blah. Right? That's for our own selfish gain. But we are about to enter into, some of you guys came here like Rune Mamba for gaming topics. And as I like to talk about everything, but we talk about a lot of gaming. So with that being said, I'm going to bring back in here my guy, my right-hand man. F-Cat is in the building. And also Q Beanie, good friend of the show. And we are going to get into some topics. So do you want me to pull up what you got on the screen now?
Yep.
Bam! Borderlands movie directed by Eli Roth. Ooh, that'd be kind of crazy, to release in August 2024.
It's finally coming.
Now, here's the thing. When you say Eli Roth, man, I remember he makes some crazy stuff.
He did Hostel. He did.
Yeah. I remember that one movie where my man took this
Green
bottle
Hell
and bashed this
it?
lady in the eye socket. That was wild.
That movie Green Hell.
You mean
with the cannibals?
No, that's Green Inferno.
Yeah, Green Inferno.
That was what. That's one of the most disturbing movies I've ever seen.
So what type of movie? Cannibal Holocaust, like that's like up there.
Bro, what they was doing to the women, I can't even repeat it. But yo, so do you think this is gonna be real gory? You know, Borderlands. Like, do you think they're gonna make it a little edgy?
No, like it would have to be funny because Borderlands is like is like the humorous,
like edgy and violent though. Cowboy won't be convinced until
AI. We see like ripping heads off and stuff.
I mean, I think maybe gunshots might be really really violent. You know, they're gonna make her rest in peace.
So this is gonna have like Jack Black, Kevin Hart. Who else?
Yeah, I read about this. Let me take a look.
Well, you know what's crazy? The fact that they got a date for next year. Man, they're working on this thing. You know?
Yeah, I'm surprised they got a date because this movie was delayed. Then you stop hearing about it. Then they had that writer who was like, "Oh, take my name off of it." Then all of a sudden they got a release date.
Yeah, I got the list for you.
Oh yeah, what's the list?
We got Gina Gershon, Bobby Lee, Kate Blanchett, Jamie Lee Curtis. Jack Black.
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Who else we got?
Jack Black.
Yep.
Kevin Hart.
Let's see. I recognize a few of the faces. Jeremy Wheeler. Benjamin Davis. There's a pretty decent cast.
That's cool. And isn't Kevin Hart supposed to be the robot? Claptrap?
No, Jack Black is Claptrap.
Oh, okay.
And Hart's playing Roland.
Okay. Well, I will say this. I never, ever, ever was a Borderlands fan. I only ever played Borderlands once was when it was free on Stadia. So I'm not invested, but I love when we get, a video game adaptation, and hopefully it's good.
I'm looking forward to it.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
I played them all.
Fair enough. Guys, make sure you hit that like button too, man. If you're enjoying the conversation and the content, hit that like button. 11 people watching, 8 likes, All right, so Bandai Namco Entertainment to shut down free-to-play Gundam Evolution just a year after launch.
This is sad.
Man, because
this is sad.
Free-to-play games, man. I mean, listen, it's a hit or miss. It's a hit or miss.
It's also considered live service, but I think this game died because of the whole Overwatch thing. Even though Overwatch is kind of frowned upon right now, they're still dominating. I mean, look at Battleborn. Like that got shut down because of Overwatch.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Well, because they came out so near each other, it was almost like they were competing, and so pretty much people had to choose which one they liked. I remember when they first both came out, I played one, I played the other, and I was like, oh, well, they're really different type of games, but it looked like they was like the same game, you know, competing.
Right. Well, this particular game was just like Overwatch.
Mm-hmm. What, this a Gundam game?
Which is basically Team Fortress 2.
Hey man, it's sad.
Yeah,
did you ever play this?
Honestly, I don't know much about it. I'll be honest with you, but
I played it a couple times.
You know, they're not going to keep it. So,
yeah, I mean, listen. The other thing is, I know there's fan of stuff, and fans would get upset. Like I'm a fan of Spawn, and I remember Todd McFarlane was doing a new Spawn movie. Jamie Foxx was supposed to be Al Simmons, and I guess that just fell off. And it's just like, I mean, it is what it is, right? If this is what I tell people, if you don't have the money to create this thing yourself or sustain it, then you just gotta let it ride. You know, let's say people are like, oh my god, they're getting rid of the Gundam game. Well, they was losing money apparently. I don't know. You know, so it is what it is.
Yeah, they were probably losing money. That's probably why.
Or they had to sit.
Yes. Speaking of Overwatch.
Uh-oh. All right, Blizzard is bringing Overwatch 2 to Steam on August 10th. Now, explain this to me, because I'm not a PC guy, and I guess I heard you.
So Overwatch is only exclusive on Battle.net right now.
Okay, so wait, then how do you launch it on PC?
On Battle.net.
Yeah, you got
so Battle.net is a launcher.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's its own separate launcher.
Oh wait, hold the phone, FCAT. Because coming in red hot is none other than can't win a match online. I mean, Obi, what's up, bro?
What is going on, bro? Listen, I don't got a lot of time. Got these babies, got to get baths and all that. But yo, don't you ever disrespect me in your life. Talk about I ain't got wins, bro. I didn't come here to self promote, but I'm about to have to. I don't get win. Did you see all the wins I got today? Can we talk about it?
I just assumed you lost that match.
You assume because you know what's going to happen when that Mortal Kombat drop. I'm coming to hitbox you up, bro.
You want to stick to Tekken, and you can't even do that now. Now they gave me these cheesy controls.
Yo, don't even get me started on Tekken. It's a beautiful weekend, bro. Beautiful weekend, bro. Beautiful. Yeah. Hey, shout out the chat. Hey, listen, guys, thank you for being a part of the community, being a part here. Just want to say shout out. I want to walk something back real quick though, because I was listening. And you was talking about Disney being sold. Yo, I want to ask you a question. Just want to ask you a question, man.
Okay.
Don't you think it's weird that a company that makes a lot of money, residual income coming in, millions, hundreds of thousands of dollars, why would the person at the top want to sell it?
Well, to be honest with you, here's the problem. Hold on, FK. He asked me first. He was like, hold on. No, the issue is they're losing a lot of money on these movies.
Are they really?
Yeah, they are. Like the movies, streaming stuff aren't hitting the way they.
Oh, that's what that article. That's right. That's what that article was about when he was saying like there's too much content.
That's one thing. So that's one thing. Another thing is because of the whole woke thing and Ron DeSantis going after him, and he's kind of, tired of that. He could be tired of that.
Yeah, but hold up, you got to break it down. If you had a problem, hold on, real quick. Let me just say this real quick. If you had a problem with my house and you were my neighbor, I don't care. But now if you start calling the township on me and they keep coming and saying, oh, you got to fix this, you got to do this, you do that, then you're going to make me lose money. It stems from money. They're losing money.
Yeah, they're losing a lot of money.
So I don't know if y'all know this. I don't know if y'all know this, but Disney World and Disneyland in California and Florida are considered its own district. Like they have their own thing. It's like a cult.
Yeah, DC is like that too, actually. Washington, DC. Like DC is actually considered its own district as well. Like
District
it doesn't share. It's really, really interesting. You know what's funny, FCAT, doing the type of work that I do, I'm not going to throw that out there, but that's actually more common than you think, believe it or not. It's really weird, but I'm like, wow, it's really wild.
Yeah, so they're outside of all government jurisdiction or something like that. Like it's weird.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting. So like I don't know if you watch baseball, but like watching baseball over the years, there's this pitcher. His name was Max Scherzer, and he ended up going to the Nationals. And he actually wrote like in his contract, like they had it written in his contract that he would not pay the DC tax and or the surrounding tax for the areas that they can tax you on. It's like, wow, that's kind of really, really interesting that it kind of like can be protected from the government and all that. Like, yo, that's wild.
Yeah. That is crazy. So yeah, I'm sorry I referred you Obi to play that Gundam game because now it's being shut down.
Listen, I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you.
Sorry, guys. I was just doing rock, paper, scissors with my daughter to see who loves each other more, and I won. And I told her, see, I love her more.
She no. So FCAT, I'm not really too mad at you. Just want to throw that out to you.
Yeah, you're good.
With the Tech and Close Network test, dude. I had so much fun, man. That's kind of all I'm doing. I'm 50% through Final Fantasy 16 right now. 30%. Well, it's like 32% through Horizon Forbidden. I think I'm like 40% through Hogwarts. So I'm like, you know what? I just want to get through these games before Spider-Man comes because I believe Spider-Man is going to be great. Which I don't know if you guys know this, and I heard this. I'm not sure how true this is, but I'm gonna believe it. I'm definitely gonna believe it. Apparently, every single Spider-Man that has ever been written and or drawn, whether it be Sony, Marvel, whatever, apparently that's all part of Spider-Man canon. Like even the game, which I thought was interesting. I'm like, wow, that's kind of cool. And like they blend, or it's part of like the multiverse canon or something like that.
If they have a Spider-Verse, then I guess, right?
Or, you watch the movie, like, so I mean, that's interesting.
They had video games. I mean, spoilers, but Lego characters.
I'm getting tired of you disrespecting me, bro. Yo, I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm just messing
with you. I took that for myself, you know. Guys, here's a hot topic right here. So, look what Ellis said. 50 True Gaming. He said, with these games coming and going, I can't wait to hear y'all talk about this. People need to support them when they're here. No one support these games, then cry when they are.
That is true.
Are kind of weird. So,
look at Stadia. Look at Stadia.
I'm gonna say this. Let me put my hot topic out there. I disagree with him, and this is why. I've always said this. I don't care about the Microsoft deal or whatever. You know what I said? Two things I need to happen, right? Still going to happen for me. I don't care if Sony goes under. Two things I need to happen with gaming. You need to make a trailer or pictures or something that's so compelling that number two, I spend my money however I do it to get your game and play it, whether it's subscription, whether I rent it, whether I pay for it. So I disagree with this, right? People cry about these games. They don't support it. Bro, let's say I'm a big Fortnite fan. At one point in time, I was. Guess what? It got uninteresting to me anymore. I didn't want to play it. So I'm only going to support your product if you make me interested in it. Once you lose me, like I know some people are like, oh, I love this developer, so I'm going to buy every game they have. So wait, didn't you just say you don't like first-person shooters? I don't. So why are you buying their first-person shooter game? Because I support the developer. Okay.
but you never played Fortnite.
Huh?
But you never played Fortnite.
Yeah, I did used to play Fortnite, bro. I played Fortnite before these kids.
You don't even know how to spell Fortnite, bro. You never played it. Everybody, I need everybody to rewind the tape back.
I forgot.
Remember when he said, "Don't blame me, blame my education."
I got a joke.
I got a joke. I just come to mess with Cowboy. You know that.
Yo, hold on. I thought you
real quick before you go, Obi.
Whatever Cowboy
Obi,
says,
before you go,
I'm the opposite.
Before you go, if you would have came in here with your name as Zitbox Road with the X, we would have been like triple X right here.
Oh yeah, I would have.
Yo, I probably should have done that. But yeah, I'm anti-Cowboy.
Let me hear y'all about this though. So what do you think about that? Like,
I think it's great just because you hate it. I think it's great just because you hate it.
Okay, well, what about you, FK?
What was the question?
So Ellis said people need to support So he said,
"Oh yeah,
yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, I definitely agree as well.
Because Stadia went under because nobody played it.
No, but that made sense. They should have went under because they wasn't bringing the games. Like I fell in love with Stadia and I fell out of love with Stadia because they wasn't providing me with something I want, which was video games on their platform. So here's the problem. This is why I disagree. There was people that be like, I'll play anything on Stadia. I'm like, bro, are you serious? You can't be serious. Because y'all caught me playing the Fast and Furious game. People laughed at me like, bro, that's all I got. That's the only
hold on, Cowboy. In all seriousness, though, you got to think about it. One hand simply washes the other here, right? If people aren't giving support for the system, then why would they bring games? Now, I get it. Trust me, I get it. You got to bring bangers to your platform to make people play it. I get that. But if people aren't supporting the baby and they've already spent, I don't know, $4 billion on trying to get or 4 million or whatever, a national, an amount of money to try to bring, a AAA title, and they still don't have the support. I mean, hey, so I understand.
All right, so let me say this. When you use the terminology baby, typically a baby belongs to someone. Stadia didn't belong to us. Stadia belonged to a $1 trillion company that was making money right off of us. So in order for me to give you my money, just give me something in return. That's just fair, right? You go to work every day. You want to get paid because you did your job. What you guys are suggesting is we just keep giving money and we feel like the service is crappy, but we just want to keep giving it in hopes that they make it better. Here's why it didn't get better. Because people was like, we don't need these good games. We just keep playing these games. Guess what? All they, what they made money on that they didn't give you money back? The subscription service. I knew people that wasn't buying games, but they kept paying they $9.99 every month just to get the little Mickey Mouse games in Pro. Guess what? It wasn't going to grow because y'all didn't say, hey, no, we need better games. All they said was, no, we love these little games. Well, guess what? That's all they was giving you. And then the people like me was like, well, I'm out. And then guess what? You start to separate the community. Now, if they would have kept bringing some games, they would have never lost me. The people who was diehard fanboys that kept paying money regardless, they would have stayed. We all would have stayed, and Stadia wouldn't have went nowhere. So that's what I'm saying. Like,
so I agree with you, but that's two sides to the coin. You know what I mean? Like, think about it. In order for anything to survive nowadays, well, one, popularity. If it's not popular, and even even when you think about that, everything has a shelf limit. I don't care who you are, where you're from. Everything has an expiration date. Think about it. One day, Twitter is going to close. This might be the start of it. I don't know about y'all, but I ain't been on Facebook in years. So it's like, okay, all these little things that they come up with is popular for a season and then it dies out. And that's just what it comes down to. So if you can't beat the popularity, then boom, it's going to crash. But I will say this. I do agree it's hard. Well, I'll say this. It's not the people's fault for not getting behind it. As much as you want to say, oh, people are like this article wants to say, it's the people's fault. Well, how can they get behind it when they got to do this and they got to do that? Or in this case, look at this month of video games. They got to play Final Fantasy 16 and then they got to play Diablo. Then they got to play Season 2. Then if you're a fighting game, you got to be. It's like it's too much.
Only distinction I want to throw in there. I'm with you if something is crowdfunded, right? Let's say it's like, oh, Aunt, you said you wanted that new Todd McFarlane movie and he crowdfunded it and I paid no money. Then that's different. But this is something that actually comes out. It's not a beta. It's a legit product. And they want us to spend our money so it could live. I get it. Well, you just got to give me something so it could live. But we're going to bring in somebody that might know a little thing or two about it. Purple Haze is in.
I was just about to say before Purple Haze came in, Phil Harrison cited in his announcement, in the shutdown announcement, that he's closing down because they did not go over, the million mark.
Right. So I want to ask Purple about that. Purple, what's your thoughts? Ellis said, with these games coming and going, people need to support them when they are here. No one supports these games and cry when they're gone. Kind of weird. So what's your thoughts on people supporting? I'm just taking
it to the article.
Yeah, bring back the article
that we were on.
Yeah. So this article here, let me pull this down. And that's Ellis, by the way, that was a really good topic. And Tony just said hi to you, Purple.
Hey, Tony.
Bandai Namco Entertainment to shut down free-to-play Gundam Evolution just a year after launch. So Ellis was saying people don't support it, and then they cry when it's shut down. That was pretty much his blanket statement.
Cowboy, real quick, before we go on, can I shout out Purple Haze real quick?
I'd rather hear what Purple Haze have to say.
I know, but this is really, really important. This is really, really important. I promise.
I feel like it's
so. I don't know if you guys were in Purple stream last night, but in her stream, some dude came in there or a girl. I don't know if it was a girl or a guy, but yo, they was going crazy, and Purple handled it like a champ. So shout out to you, Purple. Keep doing your thing, homie. Like, yo, forget them losers. Like, real talk. That was wild. Just wanted to say that real quick. And it's not cool for people to do that. So if you're out there listening on your show, yo, shame on you. Not cool to go on somebody else's stream and act like that. Just want to throw that out there.
Well, first of all, that's not the Purple I know, because me and Purple had beef. She came to my house, choked me one time. So I know that ain't Purple was being nice about it. Nah, I just played. That didn't happen, guys. She only punched me one time. Purple, what's going on? Purple, they still acting wild. Purple.
I'm telling you, it's a thing. As I told you,
Purple, I don't think I'm going on the show on Wednesday. Then, if it's like that.
Nah, I don't know where it's coming from, but it could be coming from a lot. People think I'm joking. I'm serious. Like people. So I'm not going to talk about console war stuff anymore.
Oh man.
Well, so Bandai Namco. So this is what Ellis was talking about.
Yeah, Ellis. Yes. So he brought this up because a game is going to close, and he was just saying people don't support stuff. Then they cried at its closing, and we were just debating it. And I just felt like I'll support it if you're giving me stuff that you make me interested, right? I said this game maybe people lost interest because it's all about money. So once people stop spending money, then eventually they decide to close something down. But maybe the game just was not that interested that much to their core players or whatever. So I just was wondering, what was your take on, hey, we need to support stuff, and then if we don't, we end up crying when it's gone. But I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's just everything, right? Like, I mean, I see both sides, like support it, but also you don't want to reward something that's not great. But that doesn't mean certain things aren't great that don't get shut down. You know what I mean? So, but Bandai Namco's they're pretty solid publisher. I'm sure that, in my opinion, they're one of the best. So I don't know. Maybe they'll bring it back or something. Lessons learned. I don't know.
Yeah. And then, not for nothing, it's a live service game. They listen. Live service games are getting shut down all the time. It's the thing is, you throw it out there and see how good it could be. You might make another Fortnite. You might not. You might make it. There was a really clever game, guys, called Don't Even Think. Right now, here's the premise. I thought it was cool. I played it. Guess what? They shut that thing down. So it was like a battle royale. You drop out the sky, you land. Right now. It was like maybe 65 people on the map. Well, 3 of those people look like you, but when it gets dark, they turn into werewolves. Now, it's for them to kill all of you, but it's for you guys to make it to this chopper. Now, when it gets dark, it gets really cold, so you got to freeze. So you got to light fires. But guess what? If you light a fire in the distance, the people could see the fire and the werewolves could see the fire. So it was this crazy mayhem of 3 werewolves trying to kill everybody, people trying to kill each other to survive, but they also trying to kill the werewolves so they could make it to the chopper when the chopper come down so they could get away. I thought it was cool. Guess what? People probably be like, what is it called? Never heard that game. Guess what? It's gone because it's a live service game and it just didn't get the popularity. So it's just,
That actually kind of sounds, and I might be off here, but I feel like that kind of sounds like the Division, right? Like when you go into the dark zone or whatever.
The dark zone, yeah.
Yeah, like everybody like knows they're there, can see you, and you kind of got to get away and all that.
Yeah, but that is like everybody's a human character, and it's just you versus them. This threw in a different element. Is everybody versus everybody, but then there's 3 human characters that are werewolves, and their mission is to kill everybody. So it's almost like, hey, let's stop shooting each other right now to shoot those werewolves coming, and then go back to killing each other if we kill the werewolves.
That actually sounds kind of really, really cool.
It was cool, man. But
I never heard of this game, but that sounds really cool.
It wasn't cool enough.
Yeah. But once again, that goes back to the popularity, right? Mm-hmm. Like if it's wait a minute. I gotta say this. Two idiots and a smart person or something like. I don't know what it was.
We gotta tell Purple about that.
We got. You know what? We got to have a conversation.
Purple,
with
we gotta have a conversation with you, Purple.
But yeah, it just made me think about that. But yeah, man, I honestly never knew that game existed. But I think it comes back to the popularity. If it's not popular. And that's the thing. There's so much stuff to compete with popularity. Even the popular things are only popular nowadays for like 5 minutes.
Right.
And like, you know what I mean? Think about it. Who's really talking about Final Fantasy 16 anymore? It kind of jumped back to like Diablo. Right. And then by next year? Is it the end of next month, or is it the end of this month? We're getting Armor Core. And then you know what I mean? Like it's going to be, God forbid a DLC drops for something. You know what I mean? Like, well, think about it. We had the Tekken CNT. I've seen a lot of stuff on Tekken CNT, and trust me, a lot of people are still talking about it. But then today, Rashid drops in Street Fighter 6. So it's like, you didn't even get to breathe. You didn't even really get to breathe.
I got to shout this out. I got a bunch of new people start watching my content right there. My man Cosmic Ninja from Mortal Kombat. Look what he's talking about. He said, it's going to be weird seeing Scorpion not be Hanzo. LOL. And look, and then my man Pharaoh Anubis just popped in. So these are people.
See, it's like
Mortal Kombat.
Wait, just woke up. What did I miss? I hope Ryu Hayabusa. Whoa. Let's not talk about Ryu. Ryu is that dude. See, now listen, that's what I don't know how Tekken could work it out. But well, I guess they couldn't put Ryu in Tekken because isn't he already in not King of Fighters, Dead or Alive? He's in Dead or Alive, I think. Yeah. So yeah, that would be cool. But yeah. I don't know. I feel like it's too much to compete with. Like you said, we Street Fighter, and then we'll probably get something about Mortal Kombat in the next 2 weeks. Not to mention,
Mortal Kombat is running on all cylinders, bro. They keep throwing out nuggets. They keep throwing. What they do is they throw out a video that leave little leaks of stuff, and they had the whole community talking. Like I'm seriously probably gonna start making a lot of Mortal Kombat videos because people are liking it. And like now
I don't think you should make Mortal Kombat videos, and I'm gonna tell you why. You should make Mortal Kombat videos.
Oh, here we go. Let me hear it.
Here's why. Because I'm gonna beat you up in every Mortal Kombat. I promise you. Man. I'm getting my 50-0 back. Yeah, you heard me say it. I came here for one reason, to let you know. Every time you mention Mortal Kombat, I'm gonna remind you 50-0.
Can you explain to the people what that means?
So guys. All right. So So hold on. Let me take you some context. So when I first met Cowboy was talking about he was good in these fighting games. Right? So I showed up to his crib and we played a fighting game that I haven't played in, I don't know, 20 years, about 20 years, right? And we played Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 and Cowboy literally beat me 50-0. I will never forget it. It's
the thing got messed up and they didn't hear you. Say that again.
50-0.
I beat what game? 50-0?
Mortal Kombat 50-0. But I'm coming back for my wins, bro. I promise you.
Listen, bro. The day you beat me more than 3 in Mortal Kombat, I'm just gonna hang my hat up.
Oh, you get ready to hang it up? You should hang it up now. I don't even know why you're wearing it. Let me guess. Because I'm a cowboy. Is that why you're wearing it? Oh man, hang it up, bro.
I forgot to tell the people that this stream is gonna be epic.
See, that's why I'm here.
For one reason only. Because I'm a cowboy. Oh man. All right. Anyway, so we got Purple in the building, so we gotta keep it legit.
All right,
QB actually is gonna have to leave soon, so let's switch topics, get into something.
All right, yeah, and real quick, yeah.
Oh, but let me say this. I do want to thank Cosmic Ninja, and I do want to thank Pharaoh. I want to thank a bunch of the people that's been watching my content recently in the last couple of days from my Mortal Kombat video. I got another thing. I actually want to put out a video based off of the 6 characters that's coming, guest characters. So I'm doing a little video on that. But definitely, guys, I'll be doing more Mortal Kombat stuff. I appreciate it. But it's all about the comments. We've been chatting all day. So I just want you guys to know I read every comment and I comment back. As you see, we've been chatting literally since I put out the video the other day. And this video has been going crazy. Let me see how many views real quick. I'm just curious. Because that one video I did got like 2,100 views. And this thing, what? Stop playing. Yo, that Scorpion video now is at 1.2K views.
Yo, good job.
I'm gonna be like Red Giraffe. How my man, his channel turned into a Fortnite channel. They're like, bro, all you talk about is Mortal Kombat. What happened to vlogging? I'm like, come here.
Good. No, you got him with the Jacks. Gotcha.
Oh man, but yeah, I just
all right.
A bunch of new people. Well, go ahead, FCat.
So Ubisoft suspended somebody's inactive account. And in this email, it says not only will they delete your account, but they will also delete all the games you own.
Now, I heard Olono was talking a little bit about that. And I think it's something where what they say it on the show, they have to keep your information, they have the right to keep your information for 3 years, and you can't get your information back or something. But I don't remember why the guy got banned or the person got banned. Does it say?
So then Ubisoft came out and clarified it, and basically they said they will delete your game libraries due to game inactivity. Like if you don't own any games, it says this only applies to accounts with no purchase games. So yeah, if you make a mock-up account just sitting there, I understand that, but if it's your main account and you bought all kind of games, Ubisoft games, on UbiConnect, I mean, you should not be able to lose that even if you don't log in.
So this is a nothing topic, basically. Somebody jumped the gun on it.
Yeah, they jumped the gun on it.
Nobody's going to do that. Come on.
Yeah.
Especially if you have purchase.
Let me ask you.
Everybody's terms of service, that stipulation.
Right. So since you got a nothing topic, let me ask you guys this real quick. So I don't know.
Real quick, Cowboy, I gotta jump out. Baby is going nuts.
Thank God. Man, I'm gonna miss you, bro.
Wow.
No, I'm gonna miss you.
See what I'm talking about? If I could get back in here, I definitely will. Everybody have a good one. Thanks for having me on the show. I appreciate it. Yes, thanks for having me, brother.
Definitely. Good riddance.
Ladies and gentlemen, Box Rose.
I want to actually kick him before he get off. Let me do the honors. All right, there we go. All right, so anyway, so real quick, this is pretty cool. So I put out a video last night because I don't know how much you guys know. In Purple, I know you had the cool artwork where you were actually, your face was on the body of a character. I think it was Jade. That was dope. So in the new Mortal Kombat, I just want to talk about this real quick because a couple people showed up that they're kind of talking about. So in New Mortal Kombat, the story pretty much is Liu Kang made a whole new realm. So in the whole new realm, everything is different. Scorpion, Sub-Zero are brothers now. They're not mortal enemies. The princess is actually Melina. It's not Katana, just for instance, right? So Liu Kang is now the god. Raiden is a regular guy. All right. Now, the reason why it's a big topic is if Sub-Zero and Scorpion are now brothers, but there was always two brothers, right? The original Sub-Zero, then Scorpion killed him, and then they came out with his younger brother. Well, then the thing was, okay, well, is Scorpion supposed to be the younger brother? Because technically that wouldn't make Scorpion Scorpion. Well, they never mentioned it, and I think the guy blurted out by mistake, but they had over the weekend a panel, and the guy was talking about Smoke, and he was like, yeah, how Smoke is talking to Kuai Liang, which is Scorpion. I was like, whoa, that's not Scorpion's name. Scorpion is Hondo Hasashi. Well, anyway, Hanzo. So anyway, now we know that Scorpion in this realm is the younger brother. If you guys was a fan, because that's my favorite character, my rant was, I feel like then Scorpion's really not in the game. Do you guys think I'm wrong for that? Because technically, if he's not, like, it's
You're
like
wrong.
It's like if Obi and Cowboy was enemies, right? And Obi got a little brother named F-Cat, and in the new movie, Obi's Obi and Cowboy is F-Cat. You'd be like, wait, so then Cowboy really isn't in the new movie. So, but I'm trying to have patience. That's what we've all been talking about. Would you guys be bothered if that happened to you? Like if you had a favorite character and the character technically isn't your favorite character, it just looked like your favorite character? Would that bother you?
So I'm going to tell you why you're wrong. And I told you in Discord, because in Mortal Kombat 2, Scorpion wasn't even in the game. So, I mean, take what you get.
Yeah, but this is Mortal Kombat 1. So,
which is a totally different timeline, right?
No, I get you, but at the end of the day, so your thing, I hear what you're saying, but your thing is kind of null and void because at the end of the day, Bihan was always the original Sub-Zero, and Kuai Liang was always the younger brother. But now Kuai Liang is Scorpion. So what does that even? What is your?
I don't remember being able to pick Scorpion in MK2.
I don't remember when Scorpion wasn't in the game. Hold on, I did.
It was MK2.
Was it MK2? Well, I know he got killed, and he got killed by Sub-Zero, and then he became the Scorpion we know, the Spectre.
They brought him back in 3. Then they just
but that still wouldn't make him not him, though. You know what I mean? Let me see. Debuting in the original 1992 game, Scorpion has appeared as a playable character in every main installment except Mortal Kombat 3, 1995. The character's backstory established him as Hanzo Hasashi, and he was killed by Bihan. So yeah, in Mortal Kombat 3, there was no Scorpion because I guess
I might have got them mixed up.
Yeah. But either way, he still is Hanzo Hasashi. Now they got him being Kuai Liang, which means he's not Scorpion. He's Sub-Zero's little brother, but his name is Scorpion. But they call him that. So like Sub-Zero's real name, like my real name is Anthony, but they call me Cowboy. So that'd be like, oh, in this movie, Cowboy isn't played. The real actor isn't Anthony. The actor is FCat. You'd be like, wait, but well, I guess I don't say actor, but that's who the character is, right? So all we're saying is that's really not that character. Now, I got a feeling they're going to pull it off. The story's going to be great. I'm just asking you guys, how would you feel if your main character, they like did something like that? They made your main character not your main character. Is what I'm
saying. I was personally mad when I wasn't able to pick Scorpion in that certain Mortal Kombat. I mean,
yeah, I mean, I totally.
But I wouldn't be mad if it's like a totally different person or timeline or whatever. Like that would be understandable as long as he has the same moves. He kind of looks like him. That's Scorpion.
Well, Cosmic Ninja said that. He said, I don't care if someone else is Scorpion. I'm a Scorpion through and through. I mean, obviously, I'm gonna play him. Obviously, that's my favorite character forever, right? So in this game, he's called Scorpion, but the real Scorpion. I mean, I hope somehow he's in the game. But yeah, I mean, I'm gonna play the hell out of him too. I'm just saying that, he's really not Scorpion. So, Purple, would that bother you?
What's the thing if Scorpion's not there?
Well, if your favorite, let's say your favorite character was, who is your favorite character? Do you like Katana?
Jade and Katana.
Okay, so let's say your favorite character was Jade, and in the new realm, she got the suit on, the outfit, and everything, but she's Katana, and they call her Jade. But when they mention her real name, they say Katana, and not whatever Jade's real name is. Would you be like, hold up, that's not Jade though? Or would you be like, well, she got Jade's outfit on, good enough for me? Like, what would your stance be?
I don't know. I don't think I would. I think, yeah, if it's a game I care, like that I really knew, something like that, yeah, it'd probably bother me. But me personally, when it comes to Mortal Kombat, I don't think I know Mortal Kombat lore that well. I just know how to.
Got you. Yeah, but as far as, like you said, if you had that invested interest, I got you.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what it comes down to. Yeah. It's like when you watch a show and then they have to change that the character out. Like they get somebody else to play him. You'd be like, yo, because you was in, like you was really into that character. So now somebody else is depicting as them. And you're kind of like, I don't think they're doing a good job, or they don't even look like the character. So you kind of like, you're a little salty about it, But you still watch the show, But you're just like, yo, I kind of can't look at it the same.
Are we ready to move on?
All right, hold on. I'm almost ready. But Anubis said, let me ask you this, brother. If you were Ed Boon, what would you do with Scorpion? If I was Ed Boon, I probably would have just made his name Hanzo. I would have just made that him. And I would have made they had another little brother. Like, I would have made, like, Sub-Zero had a little brother that was just younger and he didn't fight with them or anything like that. So that way you could always pull that out. Like, maybe they got into a fight and Scorpion actually do kill Sub-Zero, and then the little brother comes out, blah, blah, blah. Or the other way around. I would have did that. That would be my answer. But let me see. Let me just get through these comments real quick. We talked about Mortal Kombat. Let me see. Wait, Scorpion is an MK2. Scorpion was an MK2. That's because let me see. Well, if you watch Batman in the past 20 years, there's been many actors. So yeah, but Batman has always been Bruce Wayne. That's the difference, right? You never heard Batman is now Clark Kent. You'd be like, hold up. Clark Kent is Superman. Nah, in this world, Batman is Clark Kent. You'd be like, no, the hell he ain't. You know, that's the difference. What do you get about what do you get about it? A new no, I mean, yeah, we get the whole new universe thing. Let me see. Me and Cowboy. Oh yeah, me and Ellis had some epic battles in Ultimate MK3. He was in Scorpion was there, but that's Ultimate. So remember, they have regular Mortal Kombat 3, then Ultimate added everybody. So he might be right. I have to look it up. I mean, that's what it says. Let me see. Also, if you guys ever want to play some games, I do play some games too. And if you guys are some Mortal Kombat fans, listen, we still got Mortal Kombat 11. If y'all want to get that work, let me know. All right, just getting through the chat. Facts. Let me see. So next week, I'm going to get Cowboy a hat, and you'll call him the new Cowboy. There you go. Let me see. Say a fighting game 5 times, and TK going to show up. Nah, you ain't lying. All right, cool. All right, let's see. Purple, I love shooters, and I've never played Destiny. That is the intro. All right, let's go. Let's go, FCAT. All right, so High on Life now available for PlayStation 5 and PS4. So this is what Obi was waiting for. He actually seen me play High on Life last year, and he was like, bro, that game looked cool. I want to play it. So here you go, Obi. You could actually gamefly it now.
So here's the thing. So the report came out, only 25 people are playing High on Life on PlayStation.
Wow, let's make sure we do that right. In the first 24 hours, there's only 25 people. On Xbox, there's 250,000 in 24 hours.
So then after this release, Kibini,
yeah,
a lot of ponies came out and they were like, oh, I'm not going to buy this game at full price. But yet they trashed it not long ago on Game Pass.
J-Dub's on there talking about this is a definitive edition. Like, bro, come on. I don't know, man. Whatever.
Well, I think.
Ooh, Art the Clown.
To be fair,
yeah, go Purple.
When this one go, I think the fair comparison would be like when this one hits. What's it called? The Game Pass.
The
PlayStation Game Pass. The
PlayStation now? Or
right,
PlayStation
because this one landed on Game Pass, right? So, like, how many people bought the game on Xbox?
Correct.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's necessarily a fair comparison to say, like...
Yep.
Well, I think the difference, too, is you've had 8 months to watch Xbox players and PC players play it.
Yep.
You build interest in it that way.
Yeah, and then they had the whole debacle with the character. The guy from Rick and Morty got fired and all that stuff. So, I mean, at the end of the day, let's be honest, right? The game, I think, wasn't a game that a bunch of people was like, oh, I want to get that. No, but it was easy to play it because it was on Game Pass. Like, I had no interest at all, even when it was supposed to be a Stadia game. But when it came to Game Pass, I was like, cool, let me play it. And guess what? I played it. And then when I got Game Pass again later on, I wanted to play it again, but I just lost my interest and I never went back to it. Yeah, so at the end of the day, you know, being like, I think Purple is right. Hold it real quick. Just being on subscription was the key, you know?
Yeah, I played through it and beat the game.
Oh, did you?
Oh, yeah. I don't think I like maxed out everything, but I definitely finished the campaign. Mm-hmm. I am looking forward to the DLC just to see what that's like. I'm trying not to watch the videos. I don't want to spoil it for myself. But the other thing is, it runs the exact same on the PS5 as the series consoles. It's 1440p 60. I mean, whatever. It's dynamic, so it's not even native. But I don't know why the ponies are all praising it all of a sudden. And then,
what do you mean you don't know why? It's called console wars. That's what they do. Come on,
I don't
man.
think they're praising
it's never gonna end.
They have it. It's weird.
But 24 people are praising it.
Well, 25 right now.
That was the first 24 hours, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
But then Purple's right. They had to pay for it. That's a big difference.
Yeah. Right.
And where was the marketing? Where was the marketing? Just out of nowhere, oh, High on Life is on PlayStation. It's like, where was the marketing?
They did shadow drop it pretty much. You're right.
Yeah, it was shadow drop.
Some people probably don't even know. I know Obi was dying to play this game. He's probably just found it out right now.
Just don't rush through that game. Take your time. Listen to all the dialogue. Don't just run through shooting everything. Let the characters talk before you shoot them. Not the guns, but the actual AI, because there's some great characters.
So what y'all think about this?
All right, so Tencent set to acquire Dying Light Studio Techland.
This was just dropped today.
I don't.
What's the price on that one?
So Techland's gonna pretty much kind of get in the Bungie deal where they keep their IPs and stuff, and they can work independently. And
yeah, that's cool.
All Tencent has is like a sharehold into them, like kind of like they have with Ubisoft and Epic Games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Trey, you're right, man. When Stray comes out on Xbox, we'll see if it's the opposite effect. For sure.
Yeah, we'll see. A lot of people love Stray though. I think Stray had way more buzz than High on Life. So.
I'm gonna try it so my kid can see it.
What you got, Purple?
On this one, I mean, I think like, if we go back 16 months ago, people were trashing Dying Light 2, right? Like it came out, people were pretty hard on it when it came out, even though I thought it was a decent game, right? Like,
I didn't like it.
But to be fair, like Techland is kind of a distressed asset right now. They didn't sell, Dying Light 2 didn't sell that well, didn't get what it needed. And so Tencent's doing what most companies, especially the Tencent and the Embracer groups, they're picking the stuff up at cheap, giving those studios a lifeline. So I'm not, I don't know. It didn't not because, like I said, it's not it's not doing well.
Yeah, it's not a disruptor. That's the thing.
Right, and it's not like there's a difference when it's like just name a game that's doing like really really well, like, and then you buy it. This one is like this studio could fold because they put a lot into Dying Light 2. It didn't do well, right? They pulled it. It was supposed to hit Stadia and Nintendo. I don't think it hit either one of those because of the reception it received on the main consoles. So it's kind of a higher level issue that Ellis brought up. Like, if no one supports that studio, meaning like any big publisher or company supports that studio, it will fold, right? Yeah. And then all you have left is the IP, which the IP without the team is kind of like a spiritless or a soulless type of entity.
No, I agree with you. I mean, we could say whatever we want. We could say, hey, part one had a zombie game with parkour and guns. Part two, they got rid of guns. I don't know. But at the end of the day, yeah, it just didn't do well. And honestly, there's no reason to hate on this. They might actually be being, like, purposely, they might actually be saved by this, right? They could be close to folding up, and then they get bought and be like, oh yeah, we're good. We got jobs. We could work on our next game and stuff like that. So I think people want to look at Tencent and just say like, oh, they're evil because they're a Chinese company for whatever reason. But yeah, just to get to the topic.
Aren't they Saudi?
Huh?
What's that?
Saudi or Chinese? No,
Chinese. There's the Saudi Arabia Wealth Fund, which also is a big investor like that. But no, Tencent's Chinese.
Hey, Cowboy. I got a roll, brother.
Hey, listen, Cubini, good stuff, man.
Yeah,
we'll definitely
go ahead. That SSD for me, all right?
We'll do what?
That topic, defend the Xbox SSD for me.
Oh, I got you.
You gotta fill in for me, bro.
Listen, man, I am an equal opportunity, so I got you.
I know all the numbers they got, but it ain't as bad as that one moron keeps saying it is.
All right.
You guys move on. I'm out of here.
Catch you in chat later.
Take care.
Yeah.
All right, guys, let's kick it into another gear. What we working with, FCAT? We don't want the people falling asleep out there. The Spider-Man 2 story trailer teases more Venom, more villains, and more drama, bro. Talk about a trailer. See, this is how you advertise. This is what Sony's good at, man. They're good at advertising. I don't care about Spider-Man, and honestly, I'm gonna play it, right? I finally got the itch to play it. I played and beat all these years Spider-Man came out since 2018. I could care less, and I finally played and beat it a couple months ago, and then I played and beat the next one the week after, and I'm like, whatever. But you watch these trailers, I'm like, bro, I gotta play this. Like Venom, like it just looked amazing. It looked epic. So good stuff on Sony for making a good looking trailer. I mean, that's all I really could say. Or well, I wonder if you could use Venom. My brother and I was talking about it, and he think they're gonna let you use Venom. I'm like, I don't think so, but that would be so amazing if they did.
Yeah.
But
I mean, for me, I like this one just because Venom is like one of so I actually collect, like I collect stuff and the Venom comics is something I collect. And so I have like all the red foil Venom comics, and so that's the only reason I'm excited about it. Just because it's Venom, right? Like I don't know why I like Venom, but I just like Venom. So but as far as the game,
this is going to be Harry Osborn as Venom.
Well, no, so we don't know yet. So here's the thing: if you played the last game, they showed Harry was spoilers, I guess. I don't know. If it came out in 2018, but if you played the first game in 2018, and mind you, I just played it this year, so who am I, right? But you see Harry in a tank, and you see like it looks like it's a symbiote in the tank with him, so people think this is Harry. But when you watch the trailers, you did see that Venom was on Spider-Man. He had the black suit. So I don't know. So when you see this Venom,
it could work out just like Spider-Man 3 did, where Peter gets the symbiote first, then it comes off of him and goes on to somebody else.
Yeah, maybe. So in the trailer, when they showed this part, the question is that Venom? I mean, is that Peter or is that Harry? Like, that's a good question.
So Ellis's comment, bro. Now I remember the PlayStation showcase, and everybody was like, "Oh, all it showed was trailers with cinematics and CGI, no gameplay." Then all of a sudden, this thing drops, and it's the bee's knees.
Hey, look, me personally, I love trailers. If you can make something look epic, over the top.
I know we saw Spider-Man 2 gameplay already, but this was all cinematic.
Yeah, we definitely seen the graphics already. Here, let me give you a little taste of it, so we could actually see what we're talking about here. So hold on. I took the liberty to pull it. I just clipped the part with Venom. So check this out. I mean, if you're a video game fan, this looks dope.
We're going to heal the world.
My brother thinks that's actually going to be James. Right here, they're going to let you use that would be good.
I didn't know there were bears in these woods. Hey, MJ, I have another name for you. Craven. He's here on some kind of hunt.
Yeah, I mean, I played the last one.
No, if you need me, I'm just a call away.
I know. I just imagine.
You don't know what you took from me.
All Miles talks about is how to be a better Spider-Man.
So that's the whole thing. It's a story trailer. So if anybody's like, it's only the story. Well, this is called the story trailer. It's to pull you into the story, and woo, it did that. But yeah, I just think it looks great. I think it looks great.
Cool.
And I'm not a fan, but it looks great. And actually, I did game fly it. I got it on Game Lock, so I'll be getting it a couple days after it come out. So I'll be playing it.
So you ready?
Yes, sir. Let's do it. Woo, 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 woo. All right, so I'm invested into this heavily because I want to buy it.
Really?
Providing it's cheaper than $250. If it's more than that, I'll be on the fence. Maybe $300. Maybe I'll go up to $300. But what'd you say, Purple?
Really, you want to get this?
I do. You know why? I'll show you guys why actually. So I'll do this live. I do because I have a phone this size, right? So some could say, well, you do it already. I do, but watch this. And I think this is the best mobile controller that you could get. It's called the MGX Pro, right? And hold on, let me put this on the big screen, right? Look at the size of this. Like this is how I play games. I sit in the bed and I play games. You know, and when I go to my mother-in-law's house, look at the size of my screen. It's dope, right? But I remember when I was playing Spider-Man on the PlayStation, it has a noise that come out of the mic, that come out of the actual controller. So when you're trying to find stuff, it like bing, bing, and like, oh, I'm getting closer, closer. When I was playing it on this doesn't have that feature. So I was like, oh man. Also, this doesn't have rumble. When you get closer to stuff, you hold on, bro. Can I finish my thing? I just want to answer this to the people. So when you get closer to stuff, it vibrates, but this doesn't. So I was like, all right, that's cool. It's not a big deal, right? I've been using this for well over a year. I mean, this is the ultimate way to play gaming. However, if they was to ever make their own thing that has a bigger screen than this, and it vibrates and does everything a PlayStation controller could do, that would be kind of dope. And I would just have it at home. Now, some people be like, well, what happens when you get a phone call? That doesn't bother me because I can still play and be on the phone. I could play this and watch a video. I could do all of that, right? Put a little screen. But to just reach over and grab a dedicated device and I don't have to actually take my phone out and slide it in. I know it's not a lot. It's not killing me. But just that, because I use this a lot, right? Because when we watch wrestling on Mondays and Fridays. So a lot of times when wrestling, we're into the story, but not so much the actual wrestling. So I'll sit and play video games. Wrestling on Mondays is 3 hours. Wrestling on Fridays is 2 hours. I'll sit and play video games while I'm watching wrestling. To have a dedicated device with a bigger, so I'm all about size. With a bigger screen than this, that screen is 8 inches. This is 7.6. But as you could already see, I'm on YouTube and it's doing a letterbox. It's already cutting off some of the screen. The way that screen is, it's made so the whole screen is the gaming. I'm not gonna lie, that would be cool for me. But again, I think it's catered to people who already do it. Like you can't sucker somebody who don't even use remote play. I think it's only for people who currently use remote play. Like I wouldn't try to sell it to you. Well, guess what? You could do this. You'd be like, wait, first of all, I got to explain to you what's remote play. Then I can explain to you how it works. Then I got to tell you it's probably going to cost $300 or $250. So yeah, purple for me. Matter of fact, purple, I already gonna show y'all this. I done spent $200 on this. I ain't even opened out the box yet because I just dropped my controllers off to get fixed. Each controller gonna cost $40 to get fixed. That's $80. If they get fixed and they're fine, I think I'm gonna return this because I only want this for future proofing if my controller's broke again. But I figure I'm just gonna pay to get them fixed. And if they last another year, then cool. Anyway, so I just had to explain it to answer your question. But
okay, so when I saw this, I was like, okay, there's going to be people out there that's going to buy this. They're going to jailbreak it. They're going to sideload like Game Pass on it. They're going to sideload GeForce Now, all kind of stuff on it.
Okay.
Unless this is locked down to only, PlayStation Remote Play.
Mm-hmm. Which,
I mean,
that's what PlayStation said it was for, remote play. So it takes somebody like you that bring up. It takes somebody like you that bring up all this other extra stuff. But PlayStation showed, hey, this is what it looks like. This is what it does. It's remote play. They didn't say cloud. They just said remote play. But everybody got to take it to the next level.
If this leak is true, which I don't know,
it looks real.
That it has Android OS. You can basically sideload other apps on there.
I mean, but see, here's the thing. If I was you, like, I get where you're going, but you're going into a whole different realm. Like, nowhere did Sony say you could do that. So you watch a video of something, somebody got their hands on something and they're doing something, right?
I understand they didn't say you can do that, but I mean, there's going to be people out there that's going to figure out a way. Like, that's what jailbreaking is,
I get it, but is that the topic? Is the topic, like, are we just talking about, hey, if you could
I'm just
jailbreak
saying in general, when I saw this, that was the first thing that came to my mind was they're gonna jailbreak it.
I mean, I guess if you, I mean, you know how people are. But as far as Purple asked the question, was I interested in it? And I just explained why. But what about you guys? Like, do you have an interest? Well, Purple, you don't have a PlayStation, but let's say Xbox had something like this. Would you have interest in it?
No, and I said, I'm like not a handheld gamer. I get dizzy with handhelds, so. But I'm not against it. It's just for me personally, it's like a health thing that I don't really do handhelds.
Okay.
But no, it looks cool. That looks like, is that you playing with it?
No, I put it in so they're on YouTube, on Twitter. They actually, this is the video. So I want to actually play the video because FCAT just showed us a still picture.
I mean, like it definitely, I think if it works and if it's is how a lot of people want to play it, yeah, no, I play my Switch through the TV. But yeah, so no, but if it's another thing and it works really well for you, Cowboy, like I know for a fact that you use your hands.
Yeah.
Right. So and I think for someone like the equivalent of Doc Dark who loves his, what is it?
His
his ally.
His ally. Yeah. His rogue ally. Like for those types of people. And then I want to also like caveat that with, PlayStation, there's a whole nother part of the world that primarily uses handhelds, right?
Yeah.
And so this might be like a play over there. So if it works, it does well. So
well, the only thing, hold on, let me make a distinction. It wouldn't work for them because again, Sony announced it as remote play only. So that means they would have to actually own that console. So again, this is for somebody who actually just have a PlayStation 4. Probably you might as well not say PlayStation 4, but who has a PlayStation 5 because it's pretty much the PlayStation 5 controllers, right?
I mean, majority of PlayStation 5s are sold outside the US though, right?
No, I was thinking when you was like, this is for, I was thinking of those countries where a lot of people use their phones to play games. Like they are big mobile gamers because they don't have access to.
I'm not saying like India. I'm just saying like I think like I do think there are gamers not in the Western world that do console and mobile, if that makes sense. Like where I think here we have most what we call gamers are more console / PC.
Right.
That's all. I'm making that distinction.
So speaking of Doc, he did a video and our very own Lion told him that
made a good point.
When you think about the handheld market, like you're usually playing at home, like you're not really, bringing it on the go.
Well, for me, I even said to people, this would never leave my house, right? Because one, my gripe with handhelds, like everything, remember I made my video when Stadia was still around. And I said Steam Deck is trash, and I compared Stadia on a phone with a mobile controller like I just showed you guys. The difference is, let's say I was playing Destiny, which is a multiplayer online-only game. If I was on Stadia and I walk out the door, I could still play because I could play on mobile data. This thing won't have mobile data. So this thing is useless once you walk out the door until you get in the range of Wi-Fi. So for me, I wouldn't even take it out the door. I would just use it for home, right? So I'm home and I'm just playing it. I grab it real quick. But on the go, I'll use my regular scenario that I already showed you guys. So I think when Lion pitched it to Doc, what he said is like, yeah, at the end of the day, a lot of people just play mobile stuff at home. They get up, go to the living room, and they're playing on their mobile, whatever, but they're still in the house on their Wi-Fi. So if you look at it in terms of that, then you could still utilize this thing in that same fashion. Well, I will. Like I'm not even going to take it outside the home, But that's me because I already got an option to take something outside the home and use mobile data. So, but yeah, it was a good video with Doc. Shout out to him. And I get where he was saying, and taking, he actually gave this credit and said, if we look at it as just using it at home to replace, or to play PlayStation 5 games at home, then that's going to be pretty compelling. But once you think of taking it out the house, that's when he was like, he kind of downed it a little bit. And now your mama.
We'll see. We'll see if this is even a thing or if it's looks like this. When should we know more?
So hold on, I'm gonna pull up. This is actually, yeah, this is legitimately what it looks like. So Sony actually showed it at their showcase. So this was part of the showcase. And this is what it looks like. So somebody either stole one, somebody either I mean, some people's like the Durgan was like, I mean, people could make this. I was like, I mean, I think it looks real because that looks like it looks like what they showed and it looks put together. So I think somebody got their hands on one somehow. But no, this is definitely 100% what the thing looks like. Let me see.
All right, whenever you're done, you can pull up my screen.
All right, let me
I was just saying it's 200.
And if it's 200, I mean, like I said, I'll go up to 250, maybe 300. That'd be a stretch, but 250.
I just said it's 200. Cowboy, why you gotta give them 250?
Oh no, I mean, I didn't officially see that anywhere. So I mean,
okay.
Yeah, wait, did they say the price of this? Hold on, they might say it on the video I'm about to show y'all right now.
Hey.
Oh, check this out.
Before we get into our final game, I have a few announcements to share. At PlayStation, innovation is our passion. And that applies to not just what games you play, but how you play them. Later, enables you to stream any game from your PS5 console. We will launch, but how you play them. Later this year, we will launch a dedicated device that enables you to stream any game from your PS5 console using remote play over Wi-Fi. Internally known as Project Q, it has an 8-inch HD screen and all of the buttons and features of the DualSense wireless controller. We look forward to sharing more information in the near future. I'm also pleased to reveal our first ever PlayStation wireless controller.
So there you have it. Now, wait, let me go to the end. I don't think nowhere on here they said price.
We look forward to sharing more information in the near future. I'm also pleased to reveal our first ever PlayStation earbuds, which will bring next generation audio immersion, PS5, and
here you go. They never say price.
Look out for more details.
That's one reason why I brought that up, because there's rumors, but I don't like to go off that. So somebody telling me the price
out for more details soon.
In the
we hope
in the YouTube video that I'm streaming, I can't really take that as fact. But I would love it to be $199. You know, $199, take my money. You know, but so if you know where you seen it was $199, let me know, Ellis, and I would love to pull that up. Like official though. I don't like when people say like what they said, and there's some guy like, yeah, Sony said they're gonna do, and there's nowhere do you see Sony say that. It bothers me. All right, let's do it. Let's see. Hold up, before you move on, let me just someone working at the factory. I always want to catch up on your chat. Let me see. I'll go up $100 to $100. Wait, you'll go up to $100. Let me see. It seems cool, for real, but yikes, going to 300. Instant fail over 200. Let me see. No one want to see Jim Bum A. Hottest gift for 2023 will be this handheld Quest 3 PSVR 2. Let me see. Funny, the Q-lite is not innovative. LOL. And it definitely isn't, but it's I want one. Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's innovative. It's just a way for you to be able to play. Listen, I just showed you what I could do with my phone, right? So it's definitely not innovative.
Another accessory. It's another accessory.
Yeah, it's another. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's another accessory. That's all. It's just it's again though. Here's the thing. Purple. What happens is people who it's not for. People gotta understand. There's a certain term, right? Is when they market things for certain people, right? So what happens is the general public will watch a video, like a gamer, and it's like, oh, this looks stupid, and they got to realize these companies do surveys, and they are marketing this to certain people. That person isn't you. If you look and saying it look trash, it's not innovative, is this and that, then that means they wasn't trying to get you. They want to get your friend that will get this, and hopefully you see your friend, and your friend could get you to get it, right? But they're marketed like, I'm an early adopter. I'm one of these people who buy, you know, folding phones and nonsense like that. So for me, they're making that for me, right? Like I'm the guy that will buy it, you know. So that's how it goes. So it's just sometimes the general public, it's silly when people go like, oh, it ain't this, it ain't that, and it's like, yeah, it's not marketed for you. It's not for you. Don't worry about it. It's not for you. So anyway, just want to put that up. Yeah, target audience. There you go. Room, target audience. You're not the target audience. That's all. So whoever think it looks terrible, it's gonna be an L for me. You're not the target audience. That's all. And the company doesn't have a problem with that because they are banking on a certain amount of people get it, and it'll let them keep manufacturing it because they seen we got a certain amount of target audience ran out for this, and then hopefully they could spill over in the general public. But if they make enough, then they could make another one. Like when I was into the folding phone, I don't know if you guys knew this or not. It was supposed to come out on a Friday. On Tuesday, they pulled it. They said we're not bringing it out. It had 2 major issues, and they stopped it from coming out on Friday. And they said it won't be available for another 6 months. Now, they fixed the 2 issues. The two issues was the screen at the time wasn't glass. It was called a polymer layer. It's a bunch of layers and layers and layers of plastic that made up the polymer layer, right? And then the hinge in the corner, it was allowing when you have it a little bit bent like this, dust was able to get in there. So they stopped bringing this thing out a few days before official launch. Put it back 6 months, fix those issues. Guess what? There were some people that was like, oh, it's crazy that thing never came out. And I'm walking around with it in my hand. Like, what? People didn't realize. They just was like, oh, they just look at that. Phone, the phones don't work. They stopped the manufacturing it. I was like, no, they fixed the issue that came up. Because a bunch of review copies end up having 2 issues. One guy, the screen got messed up. Oh, this is what happened. With the polymer layer, the first one, it didn't come all the way over to the corner of the bezel. So in the corner of your phones is called bezels. It stopped short. So so one of the reviewers, they thought it was a screen protector. So they peeled it off and the whole screen went blank. So they realized, oh, we need to pull it all the way under the bezels so people can't think it's a screen protector and pull it off. And then the other person's phone, it was like 3 review copies got messed up. And that literally made them realize, oh, wait, this could be an issue for the mass production. So long story short, I bought it the first week it came out, right? I went to the store the day it came out, got a video on it and everything, how Best Buy screwed me over. That's another story, but it's in my video. If I ever remember how they screwed me over, and I had to wait a week. But yeah, long story short, it's like Rune said, it's you're not the target audience if you think something's terrible, stupid, dumb, and all that stuff. It's all good. All right, so sorry for that little thing. Let's move on. Bam. So FCAT, what we work with? Infamous Sony E3 2006 conference now available in HD.
Do you remember that one?
I mean, I was a big fan of the E3. So is this
that was the one where they were all like Ridge Racer and
okay.
That was the crazy one. Yeah,
I was a big fan of Ridge Racer, man. I was playing Ridge Racer on PlayStation 1.
Pretty interesting, but yeah, then we had this happen today.
Okay. Oh wait. So back up real quick. So that was just saying that you could now get it on video. Like if you wanted to watch it.
It's now on YouTube.
Oh, it's on YouTube. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
right, so Microsoft's latest Xbox marketing stunt is a pizza scented controller. You know what's funny? I seen the pictures y'all guys put up in Discord, but I didn't know it had scent to it. I was kind of busy at work today, and I didn't read it.
Yeah, apparently it has a scent to it.
It's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I know people are going to defend the console war is going to be like, they're spending money on scented controllers. You're not the target audience.
Who is the target audience for this?
Who is?
Purple. Would Purple want this?
Purple, would you want that controller?
See? No, I'm just trying to see if there's like some collaboration with like Papa John's.
Right.
You know?
No,
like,
it's Ninja Turtle. It's Ninja Turtle.
Okay. No, the only reason I would want this is the same reason I want anything that's kind of quirky like this. Like it's a
collector item.
Yeah, investment piece. That's all. I would never use it. I think that's what I say.
Doc Doc's gonna buy this?
No, Doc doesn't buy anything.
I mean, he got a bunch of controls. He actually had a Superman controller one time.
He was given that.
Yeah, actually, you're right. I forget that. A lot of people give him stuff like when he got Elden Ring.
When you're ready to get into heated stuff.
Oh, we're about to get into some heated stuff? People want to be pulling their hairs out? All right, I'm ready.
This is the main event, people.
Oh, snap.
First, we're going to start off with this.
All right, so I'm a PS5 owner, and I'm worried about the future of PlayStation. All right, so what does this mean?
So this person is saying he bought the wrong console because of the whole ABK deal. Does he have a valid
if he is
issue?
If he's a Call of Duty fan, then maybe he has a concern. I will never say a valid issue because technically there is no issue. PlayStation and Xbox are running exactly the same as they did before there was even an Xbox deal. Probably only difference is xCloud runs more terrible, but that's the only noticeable difference I know between the both. But yeah, I think this could be a concern if you're a Call of Duty player on PlayStation and you bought all your Call of Duties. Then maybe in 10 years you might not get Call of Duty, but actually in 10 years you won't even be, well, you might still be using your PlayStation 5.
I mean, we don't even know where this deal is right. Where is this deal right now, Purple?
Oh no, you got Purple on here,
So the deal is currently in the UK court. It's actually in two places. And so let me talk about the one that most people know, and then the other one that's like kind of, I think, a wild card. But it's in the courts. The CMA, Microsoft has submitted their proposal. We don't know what that proposal is. The CMA has come out pretty strong in recent days to say it's up to Microsoft to give them a proposal. It's not like they're going to work together on one. Microsoft has to give them a proposal. CMA will then do economic analysis and then determine if that proposal addresses their theories of harm. So that's currently where it is in the UK front. In the United States, last week, because the FTC did lose two consecutive, they failed to get a preliminary injunction in two federal courts. Their administrative process is to say they withdraw their administrative complaint with their internal court, which they did. It wasn't, it's just an administrative move. However, the bigger thing, though, is that they have not withdrawn their appeal at the Ninth Circuit of Appeals. That is still going through, and that is what people are saying is actually the bigger action or lack of action is that one. Because if they still go through with that, then regardless if the deal goes through or not, if the FTC makes a decent case and they learn from the district court, you could see some form of injunction put in place. But that's where it's at right now.
Cool. So I agree with this person's worry. I mean, because to be honest, I mean, I know I was going back and forth with Rune about it in Discord, but honestly, once the deal goes through, like, that's it. Like, Xbox is back into the console wars, even though they said we're not in the console war and stuff. That was all PR talk. That was BS. Once this deal goes through, they're going to be all in, putting the pedal to the metal.
Well, my only issue with your statement is, remember,
they'll be getting all this Call of Duty money. You don't think with all this Call of Duty money, they can afford to make a better console?
Well, let me
or
say
to make xCloud better.
Let me say something. They got more money than the Call of Duty money already. So so the question is, why they didn't do it already?
Maybe they just needed that extra boost.
So no, my thing is this. So reason why I don't see this as a big issue, and I have to see it come to fruition, is because Microsoft had many companies, and we still didn't see a buttload of games. Now you get ABK, right? You still got to wait for all these games. See, the console war is about games. Now, it used to be the original console war was you measure your greatest trick that you pulled out your hat was the measuring stick was console sales, right? So if you had lower console sales, you instantly lost. So now we're in a whole new thing where if we just go by your measuring stick is the games. But still, Microsoft has more gaming studios than Sony, and still they don't have as many marquee games. I'll say that. The games that you say like, oh, there's called a system seller, right? So at the end of the day, we just have to see this happen, right? So I don't see the concern yet because I don't see a concern, right? I wasn't shown a concern before. I'm not showing a concern now. So I feel like if my kids call me and say, hey, I smell smoke, and I'm like, well, what's the issue? I think the microwave is acting funny. Well, unplug it from the wall. Now, it's electrical. Once you unplug it, the microwave, if it had an issue, then it's done, right? You unplug it from the wall. If we have a gas, so there's no concern. There's no concern, right? Yes, my kids told me my microwave is smoking. Unplug it from the wall. Cool. Now, if my kids called me and said, the stove has fire coming from the back and it's touching the wall, there's an actual concern. There's a visual concern. I don't think this is a concern because there's nothing I can see. Now, in the next maybe 2 or 3 years, my tune might be changed. I might be like, bro, they got some bangers. If you're a PlayStation fanboy, you might want to hold on to your hat.
So as you said, the definition console war changed, and Microsoft Xbox sees that.
Well,
so they don't even necessarily need a console to console war. Think about that.
Personally,
they could dominate the cloud. They could dominate PC. They could dominate, digital.
Yeah, but I think what you're saying is kind of like, if you call it the sports war, and you be like, we got a better baseball team than you. Be like, bro, we don't even have a baseball team. But you still brag your baseball team is better.
In general.
I got you. I just feel like your question was, does the dude have a concern? I think no, you think yes, but what do you say, Purple? You think today this guy has a concern?
I mean, I think if he's writing or she's writing, I think it's a little premature, right? Like, I mean, I'm a PS5 owner, and I'm worried about the future of PlayStation. I don't necessarily know how. I think I lean towards you. Like, there's a few games, right? I mean, if they only play Call of Duty, it's like you're still gonna be able to play it on PlayStation 5, like throughout its life cycle.
Yeah.
And so if you're just a PS5, if you're just a Call of Duty player, but if you're someone who's like, I like all the PlayStation games and I think Microsoft has too much power, I think that's like a little premature, just because. And I asked this question like 2 weeks ago. What can Activision was probably a better game, like head to head. Activision probably did more with their IP than Microsoft has or Xbox has done with theirs, arguably. You could maybe debate that, but if you just think about the IP that one had versus the other and the sales, you could make the argument that that Activision did better. So what does Xbox having Activision, like, how does that change the game? I don't see it, but we'll see. But I think Sony still has some of the best studios, and it's just, I don't know. I feel like it's a little premature panic. If that's even what it is, I'm not sure what this person's actually going for, actually. So I don't know.
Yeah.
So let me read what Tony said. Tony said, from my understanding, fans are considered with the direction of the PlayStation. It seems like the future of PlayStation is more live service games and not so many single player games. I could be wrong. So Sony did say by 2026 they want to have 12 live service games.
Yeah.
But that's not that they're going to stop making single player.
Yeah. So from what I've seen with PlayStation is that they are trying to aim for like a 50-50 split. And I don't think that is we're replacing our old, we're replacing our current. We're replacing. It's more additive, right? They're trying to, because there is an entire market of live service that is where the money is at in gaming right now. And so I think they're not going to take away like a non-live service game to put a live service game there. There might be some overlap. I just think the live service is in addition to their original offerings. But if that's the concern, we'll see, right? Because I continue to when I look at Xbox, my observation's still the same. What has Xbox? It would be different if it's like a Disney or someone who's used to taking old IP and turning it into something.
Right.
Xbox hasn't done that. They haven't shown that. And even if they do, that is such like a 5, 6, 7 year time frame when you think about how long AAA games are in development. Like Starfield, like everybody's I still don't know. Is Xbox responsible for Starfield, or is Bethesda responsible for Starfield? Like it seems like if it's negative, oh no, that's Bethesda. That's Bethesda. If it's positive, that's because that's Xbox. That's Xbox. Okay, so that was 3 to 4 years out. So we're now talking about something from Activision. Okay, they have Call of Duty. Shout out to Joanna Ferries from Activision Blizzard for making that in the recent years what it is. Overwatch 2. And what else is a console game that they're doing? Like say Diablo 4, that's more PC, and then King, we know that's all basically mobile. Diablo Immortals is mobile. I don't understand why this one. Now, if you want to say the last 5 years, Microsoft's bought all these different studios and blah, blah, blah. Okay, maybe that, but I don't understand what this deal pushes you over the top. Why is this one the straw that broke the camel's back? Unless all you do is play Call of Duty.
Yep. Right. That's why I literally started off and said, unless you only play Call of Duty, but you actually made a better point though. Hold on, let me say this though. So if the 10-year deal is, well, there is a 10-year deal, right? So now there is definitely a thing if this whole thing goes through. So Purple made the best point. This person literally has no concern because for one, if they're just talking about PlayStation 5, because we don't even know if there will be a PlayStation 6, like they said, it should be a PlayStation 6 by 2027, so probably 2028. But at the end of the day, the life cycle of this PlayStation 5 will be ended anyway. So it says I'm a PS5 owner, right? They say I'm a PS5 owner. So what would you even be worrying about right between now and the PlayStation 5 life cycle? This is kind of just like a nothing.
So there's actually a statistic right now saying that the vast majority of PlayStation users only have Call of Duty, and that's all they play on.
The vast majority?
The mass majority.
Yo, where are you getting these statistics from?
So there's 40 million PlayStation 5. Let's just do it, 40 million. The vast majority is, you're at least saying, is a number like 25 to 30 million. Only play Call of Duty?
Only.
I don't even think there's that many Call of Duty console players.
Right.
So again, like I think like I don't know about that one. I don't
It sounds crazy. It does sound crazy.
Like,
maybe sounds like you read it off consolewar.com.
Maybe it's like the vast majority of PlayStation 5 players have played Call of Duty. And maybe I believe that's that, but even that one would sound crazy to me. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I keep going back. Call of Duty is mostly like a Western phenomenon, Western world phenomenon. Like, we'll see. We'll see.
Okay.
Premature.
So we got to continue the console war talks.
Let's do it. JD is in the building, guys. I want to say what's up to my guy, JD.
So new study shows PlayStation owners are smarter than Xbox owners.
Yeah, I think. Hey, bro, listen, I seen this in the chat and I didn't even read it. I just read the headlines in the Discord. I was like, yeah, I don't even want a piece of that. But so explain this, FCAT, because I ain't even reading it, bro. Just you.
I don't even know where they got this crap from. This is like straight up clickbait.
This is like the same one where I saw like the VAT, like there are more high income earning people who bought an Xbox than a PlayStation. Okay, like I guess my whole like what is the so what to this? Like what? Like okay.
Hey, Purple, let's put this out there. More Aquarius buy PlayStations than Aries.
So it says PlayStation gamers found to be cognitively superior to Xbox playing counterparts.
Playing what?
The only thing I could see that is remote. I do think there are two different type of people. I will say, like the people who are purely just Xbox, purely just PlayStation, not the ones that have both, but the ones who are just purely one or the other. I think you probably could find some like personality traits that separate them. But I'm not going to say like one's smarter or not as smart as the other. But I do think there's personality traits between them.
Which one's more toxic? Which one's more toxic? That's the question.
Well, which one's more toxic? That's interesting. You know what I think though, Purple? I think it's kind of like when Chris Angel was standing outside and he had like a line of people walking up to him. And when they walked up, he told them, you know, he read the characteristics for their horoscope, their sign, right? Next person walked off and he read theirs. And he was like, oh my God. But you know what he did? He was reading the same for everybody. And everybody walked away like, whoa, how did he know me? And he literally repeated the same thing, but the person behind the next person had no clue. And I think it could be like when we say characteristic traits, I guarantee if you put a bunch of us in a room and you'd be like, all right, do you primarily like PlayStation? Yeah, I do. You primarily like Stadia? Yeah, I do. You primarily like blah, blah, blah. And then you read certain questions. I guarantee it's going to be like, oh man, like across the board, there were so many similarities. Why? Because we're human. We're just people.
Yeah, no, I think that's all he did. Like, if you're standing in the line to talk to Chris Angel, you're already a certain type of person.
Yeah, well, yeah, there you go. Yeah, right. It's like if you was in a submarine going to see the Titanic experimental, you're that certain type of person. It's kind of, you know, what we said.
You know, and so I think that's all I see from that. So as far as smarter than, like, again, I'm like, what are they asking? Like, what cognitively? Nah, I do think there's personality traits, right? Like, just so I'm talking about the people who are purely just like the other one sucks, mine's better, that type of person. There's probably
the toxic.
Yeah, the toxicity. Like, yeah, that one probably there's personality traits that separate the two, but as far as smarter, no, like.
And you know what? I don't even know about that, Purple, because I remember I was a diehard PlayStation fan, and then at one point in time I was a diehard Xbox fan. I switched. And I was just repeating the same stuff, but on the other side, because for whatever reason, the other side had something I liked more than the other, like a game or whatever, right? And I feel like I was still the same person when I was on both sides. I just was enticed by something else. And I was pretty much bragging on the same rhetoric. It just was on the other side. You know what I mean? I don't know.
But I think like I think like for me, from what I've seen is like Microsoft has switched their actual marketing, who they're actually trying to. Xbox has shifted that over the last 10 years. Like, you can distinctly see that they've tried a couple of different things, but I think if you go back to that PS3, Xbox 360 era, like there was distinct, like, I don't know, to me there was just distinct things, and so now I think Xbox is kind of like muddied the waters a little bit by going after a very broad group of gamers now, which isn't bad. I don't think those gamers are dumb. But yeah, I don't know.
And you know, it's funny stuff like this, right? So Chibini said Xbox players are more primary multiplayer. Sony is single walking simulator. So he was just being funny. But you know, it's funny when people would say that. If you ask me, what's your favorite type of games? I'm a multiplayer guy. Like, I would spend money on a multiplayer game, but I would just gamefly a single player game. So it's funny that I value multiplayer games more, but I primarily am a Sony guy. So it's so funny because they'll say like, well, Sony's primary games are single player and Xbox are primary multiplayer, but that really doesn't define the individual. It's what game they like more, right? But let's say I use Call of Duty to fulfill my void for a multiplayer game, and I might like Call of Duty more than some of the Sony single player games, right? I'm just making it. I don't, but I'm just saying, right? So it's kind of like you would still look at me and say, "Oh, he's just a single player guy," and they'd be like, "No, bro, I love multiplayer games." Be like, well, why you don't get an Xbox? Oh, because I don't like their multiplayer games, you know? So it's just funny how we do this whole console war thing, because it's stereotyping at its best, you know. But with video games, it's kind of funny.
but unfortunately, we have to continue the console war. And I don't. Did you play Chucky already?
Did I? No. Oh, is it that time?
It's that time.
Damn. All right, guys. I just want to be honest. Whatever comes next, you may see and hear. Please don't take it up with me. Okay? Don't take it up with Purple Haze. Don't take it up with XCat. Okay? Because if you got a problem, this is the issue.
Man the fuck up.
Because neither one of us are here to babysit grown men feelings. So y'all don't get mad at each of us when FCAT go into this next territory.
So here we go, guys. This is the big argument, fight, console war.
Can I read this? PlayStation 5 SSD is faster than Xbox Series X SSD, says Quantum Era developer. Now, why does this trigger people is what I want to know.
It's crazy because like we went through the whole thing with Ratchet and Clank and now Ratchet and Clank's on PC and it doesn't require SSD but there was direct storage and all this and it's just an ongoing fight. But I mean, did you see the video on this game, Cowboy?
Yeah, I looked it up when you guys was talking about it the one night, and I watched a good bit of it actually because it was like a 20-minute video.
Yes,
so I was kind of skipping through it, watching. Like I got to a point where I was like, okay, cool, you could use the axe, cut things up.
Yeah,
this slimy thing on top of the ceiling. Purple might like this. It was kind of.
It kind of gave me like Doom 3 or Doom 2016 vibes.
Mm-hmm.
You can also go third person sometimes in the game, depending on the gun, I think.
And is it supposed to be using the Unreal Engine 5, right?
Yeah.
That's dope.
So, we don't understand why or what they need the extra power or whatever in the SSD for, because it's a pretty basic linear game. Like,
well, I'll say this. So let me jump in there. One is using Unreal Engine 5. There's not even many. Matter of fact, what game now on our consoles use the Unreal Engine 5? What is it, like 2? Maybe I don't even know what games they are, right? So even Mortal Kombat, they were like, "Oh, using Unreal Engine 5." It was like, "No, we're not using Unreal Engine 5. We're using, the Unreal Engine, but not 5." It's like, bro, how are you not using 5? So one is just newer, right? And it's supposed to be able to allow you to have, really, really good graphics. Here's why I don't think this is an issue. Do you ever hear someone get mad when you say Xbox Series X has 12 teraflops, right? Usually you just say, oh, okay, it's a fact. It has 12 teraflops. You know why this gets people hot? Because a developer said the SSD is faster, right? Now, if I said the 12 teraflops on the Xbox is stronger than the 10.28 on the PlayStation 5, you would be like, that's fact. The number's higher. The reason why this is an issue is because there's no metric system near each SSD to say this is faster than that. So you just hear a developer say it, which is a developer, so they probably would know better than you and me, and it triggers you. But it shouldn't really trigger you. It's just if the SSD was a little faster, well, so what? Microsoft has more teraflops. And if you're not mad at that, you shouldn't be mad at this. Now, they aren't created equal, so developers could utilize the teraflops and the SSD and the RAM and the space to be able to pull things off in their specific game. Remember, there's a bunch of developers like Square said they was able to do things on Final Fantasy that they couldn't do on PC and Xbox just yet, but eventually they will. So at the end of the day, I feel like this shouldn't really trigger the console wars, but I get it because it's trying to say this almost like they're saying it's inferior. Because if you watch Doc Dart video, he was pissed. He was telling people not to buy the game on Xbox and all of this stuff.
So the reason why people are mad is, I mean, like Doc Dark said in his video, they could have just said, "Oh, it's going to take a little more time on, Series SX." What had happened was their Twitter person was replying to all the ponies and just making it like this big console war thing.
Hey man, they could be a PlayStation fan themselves. So Cubini said the game was mid.
So that's the issue, is the person running the Twitter account was just making it out to be this big deal.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Even if, all right, so let's read it, right? So PS5 would definitely be the way to experience the quantum era, right? Damn, that's hard body. I didn't read that. A fast SSD makes a massive difference. And then it said it's going to take extra time to try to configure the game for Xbox. The game has been made to take advantage of the PS5 SSD, and the Xbox SSD is too slow. Ooh, it's funny, I didn't read that. But I mean, at the end of the day, listen, maybe somebody might be like, oh, you don't know your way around the Xbox SSD, so blah blah blah. But I believe developers can say what's faster or not, versus just like you could say 12 teraflops is stronger than 10.28.
But yeah, that direct storage is, both on Windows and on Xbox. Whatever features is on Windows, basically on Xbox.
Hey, Purple, we got to talk about the Remnant too. I don't know too much about it. I wasn't that much into the first one, but people keep talking about the second one, and it piques my interest. So at some point, I want to talk to you about that. But so Purple, what's your thoughts on this thing, this situation?
Yeah, I mean, I saw like this one caught me off. This caught me off guard. Like someone, I think, told me about this towards the end of the weekend. And the first thing that came in my mind is all these people talking about quantum error. I really want to ask, do they even know what quantum means? That was the first thing. But just thinking about the title, I mean, I don't understand why people got upset if a dev said something like this, right? Like, you're still getting the game. It's like, even if it's true, it's like, okay, like this dev doesn't know how to use it, or hey, there is something that's not.
Because this also brings back up the whole thing with the Series S parity and the Series S malarkey issue.
Yeah, but let me ask you this. So what if it was faster? So what? Like I said, did anybody get mad that the Xbox X is 12 teraflops?
Yeah, no, that's my whole point. It's like, you're still getting the game, like, and from a dev standpoint, like Xbox is more expensive to develop for. This is and the reason why is because you have to develop for 2 platforms. Like, there's multiple things, but it's like you're still getting the game. They're just saying like, yo, this is optimized for PlayStation. It's optimized for PlayStation. It's going to run. It's running faster there. But they came back and said, hey, this isn't downing Xbox, but I think certain people get super defensive about this type of stuff. Even though if they said the exact opposite thing about PlayStation, they would be all harking on PlayStation.
Yeah, it'd be the same thing across the board. Well, look at Demo Flow. So Demo Flow's in the building. Thanks for you showing up, tuning in. I'm not familiar with you, but good stuff. He said, SSD don't give you graphics, guys. Don't let them lie to you like that. That's a fiasco. He said SSD is used for storage. It'll help the game load fast, but nothing crazy. In fact, Xbox Series S loads games faster than the PS5. He said, Demon.
And I didn't say it was harder. I didn't say harder, Kubini. I said more expensive. It's more expensive to develop for 2 platforms, not harder. Or if that's what I meant. It's just for
you know what the thing is though. Let me do this though. I do want to kind of clown y'all a little bit. So Demon or Demo Flow, You said, dude, nobody wants to play this trash A game. Nobody played the game yet because it's not out. I think it kind of shows people got triggered. If you calling the game trash and you never played it yet, the game is in development. That's just showing your loyalty to a brand. You know, I feel like when I looked at the game, I was like, you know, it looked like FCAT said, it looked like a Doom style game. I thought it was cool that you could actually hold the. I thought, oh, it's just gonna be shooting, but it was cool. The guy grabbed the axe. Nowhere did I get excited or want to play it, but nowhere did I also look and say this trash A game. So I think you guys, man, y'all getting y'all feelings. I'm just saying.
Ever since, remember that dude?
That's the whole thing. Just because they trash.
Okay, let Purple
yeah,
finish.
go ahead, Purple.
Yeah, no, it's remember that guy, the dude who was playing, who he would always come by Stadia. He was making like the Resident Evil.
Aminar?
Like, not Aminar. No, he was like making a game. He was a game dev.
Oh,
Evan.
okay.
Evan, you interviewed him.
Evan.
Remember?
Yeah, Evan. Yes,
Yeah.
Evan. Yep.
Ever since I saw Evan and you had this huge following for that game, I've always said, okay, they're making the game for someone. It's not for me. It's for someone. And so someone who's looking forward to this, who looks at this game, regardless of if they're on PlayStation, Xbox, they're gonna get the game. Like, to me, that's the win. Both of them, the dudes, they're trying to say like, we're still gonna work on the Xbox One. You know, I don't understand. To me, it just seemed like.
But I think the dude was starting drama though, because when I read it, I'm like, oh man, and he put the little emoji with the shades on, as he's saying PS5 would definitely be the way to experience quantum error. I'm like, oh man. So is this even legit? Like,
yes, it's legit.
So it's really one of their devs that was like.
No,
I don't know if it's a dev or a social. Their Twitter person.
It's a social media account. That's not a dev.
Okay, well, so.
And so yeah, it's like, but I mean, it could be like them just getting publicity for the. And if that's the case, like, good job on that social media person.
I know, right? Because we're talking about
more people's gonna buy it on PlayStation.
Now, it's funny because Demo said, "Nah, man, the game not even look that good looking. Keep it real." Here's the thing: I didn't say it blew my socks off. I just didn't see nothing to call it trash. Like, I feel like you're getting upset because of this whole thing, right? It's like you could be like me and be like, don't look like it's my type of game, but okay, cool. But no, you're like this trash A game that you didn't play yet, right? That would be like me and played the demo of Final Fantasy and was saying how amazing it was. Guess what? I gave my first impressions for the Final Fantasy demo a 10 out of 10. I played the actual game and beat it, and I'm a disgruntled individual. I'm a disgruntled gamer. I'm like, bro, the game is good, but it's trash at the same time. I could say that because I played and beat the game. You're watching a video and saying that. I just feel like your reservations for this game is showing that you're getting caught in your feelings. That's all I'm saying.
And I don't want to like downplay that fact that this person could literally just be trying to gin up excitement.
Yeah.
The bigger gaming player base, right? That literally could be all they're doing. You know, for all we know, they're trying to get this game on PS Plus, right? And
right.
Game Pass, like, turn them down. And they don't want to say, oh, all we're going to do is sell 25 copies on PlayStation. You know, like that. There's so many things that this thing could go. But to me, it's like both of the systems are going to get it. Like, I don't know.
It definitely was starting trouble, though.
But like with Doc Dark in his video, he was like, you know, look at the other side. When something launches on Xbox exclusive, the ponies are like, oh, that game's trash. But look what we have here with Demo Flow. Seems like he's an Xbox guy, and already just because they played the game for Xbox, all of a sudden it's trash.
Yeah, I would have been like, I mean, at the end of the day, it don't look like my game anyway, or you know what, it didn't really catch my attention anyway. But it's like you literally getting upset for your plastic box under your TV.
Yeah, it's a brand. What does Glono call it? Brand affiliation or something.
They're getting the game.
Brand tribalism.
My whole thing is you're getting the game still.
Yeah, their problem is they're getting the game,
but
they're not going to be able to brag. They're gonna have to. Okay, sorry. Let me put my console warrior hat on for a moment. All right, cool. I'm ready. They're getting the game, but they're gonna have to take that L because the PlayStation copy is the superior version. So they're mad now,
right?
Because they just took a L. So now people are gonna be like, "Oh, the PlayStation version has no load in. The PlayStation version looks better," and now they took a quote unquote L. And
I mean, that's the thing. Just continue to say like, we're gonna take an L, but we can afford L's because we could just bought a company for $70 billion.
Yeah, see, yo, that you see, a purple.
Like,
if
I
it was me,
like,
y'all
you
can't.
use that for like it sounds stupid. Both are, but I'm just like,
right.
Run away with that one. Our company can afford $70 billion, and we can buy you. Okay,
yeah, you run away. Yeah, your strength. Yo, when I was a class clown, I'm telling you, you use your strengths. That's what you do. I was the short guy. You sure? I remember. Listen, I'm gonna tell you. Here's a funny story. I was in school suspension, ISS, one time, right? And I used to always clown around, whatever. So I got in trouble, right? So mind you, I'm in school suspension. So my mom was a hairdresser, or she did hair, right? So she go to cut my hair. I didn't like it, so I go to cut my own hair. Yo, I cut all my hair off. Now we talking the 80s, right? Middle school, or was that the 90s? Yeah, I guess it was the 90s, middle school, or early 90s, middle school, right? I go to school with all my hair cut off. I have to keep a hood on my head. I get into the building, bro, you got to take that hood off. I got no hair. Right. No hair as a teenager was not popular. Yo, they went in on me. But guess what? I was a class clown. I roasted every single person who had something to say. Now, it did help that I was in school suspension because the only time they see me through the hallway was in lunchtime. So I was actually protected by being in the in-school suspension room, right? But at the end of the day, it's like, yo, Turple made a good point. Don't cry. Listen, be like, bro, we got so much money, we could just buy you. Like, I mean, whatever, like, you boast on what you can boast on. But if you got to take a little L, who cares about this little game? Nobody even knows what it is. Y'all making it bigger. Take a little L, right? And it's like when I told my daughter, yo, the problem is you don't like to take responsibility. So you take that on the chin, right? Take your little L, but then you hit back harder with your W, which is, yo, look, we about to get Call of Duty. Look how much money we got. That's what you do.
I mean, like, and it's all still dumb. Like, that's one thing. It's all still dumb. Like, but if you're gonna go down in the dumb world,
for real,
like, make it. You have a dumb argument that you can continue to win. Sony has a dumb argument that they can continue to win.
Right.
Like,
who's the winner of the dumb argument? It's like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like y'all are literally arguing like the dumb things. Like, just if you're a Starfield player, go play Starfield. If you're not a Starfield player, you want to play Final Fantasy, go play that. Like I said, there's just some. I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know. I can just.
It gets crazy, Purple.
Do kids do high school students console war?
I don't know. I
like,
gotta
do high school and below console war, or is this like some relic of like
the old? Yeah, maybe it. I don't know. I gotta ask. You know what? I don't know. Like, I gotta ask my stepson now. He's 21.
Now so you would have to go younger than that. Like 21, I feel like he's already been like.
Oh yeah, hypnotized with my day and age. Yeah, he already even watched me do all that nonsense.
Right. So like someone like Juju.
Yeah, but we need to ask Juju because I only have my daughter is still in high school. She wouldn't really know, but I need a boy that would know or not. Yeah.
See, in high school, when I was in middle school, like we didn't even have consoles back then. But when I was in high school, it was in the 90s, and so I don't remember talking about stuff like this. Like I said, I just don't remember that.
Yeah. Well, I did.
But Kubini said we used to do it in what PS versus Nintendo was not a console war.
It was at one point with the GameCube. Yeah, because I was a GameCube guy.
But 64 versus PlayStation?
I don't know about that.
Yeah, and so then GameCube versus that's the first Pikmin, right? And then PS2. Maybe, but they were just so different.
Yeah, because you know what was dope though was I never forget it when the GameCube got the Resident Evil remake. Ooh, that was some good times. I was like, look what we got with this little baby disc.
But let me read this real quick. Cubini said, the problem is the dev said Xbox will have loading screens, PS5 won't. Seems sus. That is wild though. But here's the thing, seems sus, right? What if that happens? What if the game comes out and that actually happens? Then what would you say? You know, you'd be like, oh damn. But it does seem like this dev is sorry, not dev, but because I think again, I don't know who this is, but it does seem like the person is starting trouble. But that could be true though.
The only thing I remember kind of similar to that was when I was I had to chaperone some middle schoolers, and they were always talking about WCW and NWO.
Yeah.
I just remember something like that when I had to chaperone some people way back.
I was into that too, Verbal.
That's the only thing I remember. I don't remember Nintendo versus like this, like maybe on the business side, but back then I just don't remember talking to people other than saying like, oh,
well, you know why? Because then people would, my experience, we would own both, or your friend would have one, you would have one. You would just talk, like you literally would play them both though. Like it was no, just like now people are choosing, I won't get that, I'll get that, right? But I remember it was like, yo, we kind of just talked about video games. Even with the Genesis, it was always about what games versus games, right? Oh, they got this game, they got that game. Now it gets crazy with the legal stuff. And, you know, back then we was young, so I wasn't talking about how many Genesis are sold versus a Super Nintendo. I was just like, oh, your Mortal Kombat doesn't have blood. Ours do. You got to put a code in to get blood, right? And it was like, oh, that's a cool talking point, right? That's just, you know, I mean, that means we both playing the games.
I think Bulls for Life hits it. See, this is what I think is going to happen. Like these kids, like once they start getting money and they're going to start realizing that they have to pay to play with their friends, these game companies are going to catch all sorts of hell. Because right now they're playing all these free to play games that are cross, you know, where they get to play for free. They don't do anything. But once they start like saying, what do you mean? You know, and they start starting to realize like what gaming is today. The gaming, all of the gaming companies are going to catch hell.
Yeah, because they might just skip out on gaming. They might just
that's what I'm saying. Or they're going to do stuff that like isn't even Xbox. Like they're going to find like, just think about us. You know, like back in the like AOL Instant Messenger. Do you remember AOL? You used to have to pay for it for like internet, not the phone line, but the actual service you had to pay for, right? And then eventually we just said, nah, screw that. I can go get Hotmail. I can go get Yahoo Mail. They're just going to go do something totally different. And these game companies are going to be like, what? And you already see it. These kids play like Minecraft.
And a lot of them are gonna get into PC stuff. Like my nephew, right? Not my younger nephew, he's 17, right? I remember going to his house and he was always in the Fortnite. I was like, bro, when are you gonna upgrade from Fortnite? Next thing you know, he's playing Warzone. I was like, oh, look at you. Now you're playing realistic looking Battle Royale. Next thing you know, he was he got a PC. I said, bro, you playing a PC, not a PlayStation no more? He's like, yeah, my friends, we into play PCs now. We do mods and all that. I was like, oh, that's wild. So then my other nephew that was over this weekend, I have a video coming out. I took him to dinner for his birthday to my second favorite restaurant out in Delaware. So we took a little drive. And me, him, and my son. So it was cool because my son's usually not on camera that much, but y'all guys get to see him. But anyway, he was like, yeah, I want to play. He called it something different. I want to play. If you guys know, let me know. I want to play Grand Theft Auto 5 mod or PC or RPG. I was like, what? He was talking as if it was a whole new game. Yeah, you know when they came out with that, I was like, bro, you might be talking about a mod. He's like, no, my friend's been playing it. It's like a role-playing game. You walk around. If you die, you gone. I was like, bro, that might be a mod. So my son heard us talking. He's like, no, that's a mod they do for Grand Theft Auto on PC. So my nephew literally is trying to figure out how much could he get a PC for so he could play that one game. Yeah, it's a GTA RP, is a GTA role play. So I'm like, what? So I'm telling you, some game. Listen, these younger people they're thinking like different kind of like they're into like different. I'm like, you just want to play Grand Theft Auto so you can walk around like a role playing game.
It's like it's the similar thing to me to cable TV, right? That's like the generation that's like 60, 70 years old, right? They will hold on to their cable TV and back and forth, right? If you look at the demographics of who watches like CNBC, Fox News, and all that, MSNBC, Fox News, and all that, right? The younger generation don't even like if you're in your 40s on down, you go on YouTube and just go talk to whoever you want to talk. Like you don't even like watch that stuff.
Yeah,
it's the same thing for like I feel like gaming. Like we're just kind of like a dying like this console
and
stuff.
It's like cutting the cord. Hey Bobby, question for you. So when you was in school, was it still console wars? Because we're like talking about like console wars and all that. Like, was it like a big thing? Like,
I talked about console wars with like 2 people there.
Oh, really?
Like max.
What was everybody getting the PC?
No, they just didn't care because everything started becoming cross-platform at that time.
Oh, yeah, that's the point. Oh, yeah, you know what? Cross-platform. Yeah. So, yeah, if you guys heard what Bobby said, he was like, yeah, I mean, only like 2 people he talked to cared about the console wars, but stuff was starting to become cross-platform, so nobody really was caring because we just still play with our friends. I think it is kind of a dying breed thing.
And that's the thing. Crossplay should have bridged the gap for console wars.
Yeah, but it can't. It's like a racist person. I'm just gonna use the illustration. All right. I'll even say black, so y'all don't say anything. So a racist black person, grandson marry a white girl. You should, and if you say, well, that should bridge the gap. No, that old racist black dude's still racist. Just because his grandson married a white girl, right? So it's like, yeah, so it's still people that's into the console war. It's still people that won't let go. It's still people that hear a developer talk about, like when I seen this, I watched the video at this game or whatever. Nowhere did I even care about like the story. Now, granted, I didn't read what the developer said, but I still want to care because I don't care. I told y'all the other day, I play them on themselves. I don't like when you do the console wars, the company is playing you. They're using you to be their soldier so you could collect more bodies against the opponents. You could get more people to be on your side.
I don't even think they want to do that anymore, though, Cowboy. Like, if you listen to Xbox, like, I actually think that was the most truthful thing Phil Spencer said the entire conversation. And maybe that's just me selecting. But he's saying, like, we lost the console. Like, we're not. I think that was the most truthful statement. Because it's like, there's really no more people. The people buying consoles is shrinking year over year, right? And so it's like, who goes after a market that keeps shrinking? Like, you know what I mean? That's not. I don't know. To me, people are arguing over dumber stuff because it's like they're not even. The companies don't even care about it. So it's like literally.
I mean, I can see it like that because they're wasting money on these consoles, they're losing money on consoles, but then you're wasting and losing more money, even more money on cloud.
But see, I think the difference with cloud is if you look at the way media is consumed.
Yep.
It's the natural evolution of it. The reason why cloud hasn't taken off. Right. Is for one, it's not available everywhere. But I just go back to the time with Netflix. Like to me, that whole time, or not even Netflix, NBA League Pass. Like, right, like that is where one time you had to have like satellite TV to watch all these different basketball games. I like basketball, right? You gotta have satellite TV to do that. Then they came out with NBA League Pass, and the first time they came out with it was like in 2000, I want to say 8, and it just ran horrible. It wasn't until like 2016, 2017 that it started running okay. And now it's like, yeah, I watch it on my computer, watch it on my tablet, watch it on my phone, watch it on the TV. Nobody thinks about it, but that took like 15 years. And so if we're thinking about this, like, it's going to be Bulls for Life's kids when they're 25 and stuff. They're going to be the ones who are like, oh, we're playing on. They don't even know that they're playing on the cloud. It's just going to be like.
No, it's real. Yeah, it makes sense. And the thing is, FCAT, reason why I don't that comment, well, not disagree or not, but when you say why would they spend money on cloud? If you got to jump in there, you listen. Everything is on the cloud. Like, you listen to Purple, Netflix, our music, or so everything else is going there. We know gaming is going there, and we all know it because we know Stadia works. So we shouldn't be like, why would they? No, we know for a fact cloud gaming works.
I'm not.
You can get it to work.
I'm not saying anything, negative against cloud. I'm just saying cloud requires a lot more money than as would a console, or making a console, or losing money on consoles.
Or here's another one. Now it requires more money, right? But is that one another great example. Not even talking about media, right? I remember when the Toyota Prius came out, when it first came out as a hybrid. And people were like, this will never take on. It's not sporty. It's not whatever, blah, blah. Within like 10 years of that, you now have Tesla. And this was before Tesla started getting big, but it took like 10 years for Tesla to come around. And now you have like Lamborghini is saying by 2030, they want all their stuff to be renewable energy, right? And so it takes time. It just, and part of that is the cost, like cloud costs, to your point, costs a lot of money. Is not
infrastructure.
But when you start adding on little by little by little, it's just like the Tesla, the EVs, the electric vehicles. Like at one time, it's like not everybody has a electric charging station in their town, but now they got like 75,000 of them, right? And they're still building them. So I just think it's one of those things that's going to take time, but it's not going to be us. It's not going to be your traditional console gamers who bring that to light, right? It's just like EVs. Like if you talk to old gearheads, they're going to be like, oh, that's crap, blah, 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 blah. But guess what?
Yeah.
That's the most. That's like
to Cubini's comment, cloud is cheaper to the consumer side, but to the people making it or working on it, it's way more expensive.
Well, it's a little thing called it takes money.
So we have
right.
Dark,
you gotta start off.
1985 in the house, and Doc, we were just talking about the quantum error situation.
Pull it back up.
Okay.
And Doc, what we was wondering, Purple had mentioned Juju. Is his age? Is there? I mean, he's your son, so you probably send him to school. Be like, you effing ponies. But do they have console wars in his age, in his grade? Like, are kids actually that age having console wars? I'm sure he starts it actually, being your kid. Yeah, I don't even know why I'm asking you. That's probably a bad one right there.
Okay, but they are changing the body to the Prius, Ellis and Rune. I'm just saying. And it's not the Prius that brought it about. It was Tesla did, not Prius. But Toyota's the one that got it kicked off.
All right, so check this out.
All right, so this is our Twitter page. This is
bam. Oh wait, it didn't come up. Oh, there we go. All right. So yeah, Doc, we mentioned your video too as well. Oh, let me see what Doc said about Juju. Juju's console wars with his brothers, but he doesn't care. Oh, okay, got you. He will play.
So yeah,
no, but
so
do
Doc,
you know if the kids?
Yeah.
Do you know if any of the kids in his grade do they like? We're wondering, is console wars kind of like a dying thing, and it's just really older people, or like are there any younger people console war? But go ahead, FK.
No, so like you said, Doc, in your video, the other side, the ponies, would trash any game that's exclusive to Xbox, but we just had somebody on here who was that? What was his name? Demo Flow.
Demon, yeah.
And he was like automatically game's trash. And the game ain't even out yet.
I don't know if Doc understands that logic. He stayed ready to console war. He's probably like, yeah, that's what you're supposed to do.
He needs to get in here.
I mean, honestly, I'm with Purple. It's a dumb conversation, bro. It's just dumb, honestly.
I know it's a dumb conversation, like because things advanced. I mean, we have direct storage now.
He said like ponies are loving high on life. I don't know. Only 25 of them, Q-Beanie. That ain't a lot.
Right.
I think he's being like.
Oh, hold on. He said my middle son does console war. 14-year-old son is the cool console. Oh, Sony is the cool console. Got you. It's like iPhones, right? Yeah, you can come in, Doc. It's at the link is at the top of the chat. Here, I'll just throw in a new one because you don't get that, but it's all good.
Yeah, Q-Beanie said he wants to jump back in.
Oh, okay. Cool. We you know what? I didn't even cry about 2 hours today. I just let it ride. All right, there you go. Here's the link. Click on it, jump on in. Let's talk about this. I know Q-Beanie told me, hey, handle this, Cowboy. I actually didn't really know what you was talking about, Q-Beanie, because I really didn't follow the story that much. So I didn't actually read this until now. And I was like, oh, snap. I didn't know they was going in like that. Talking about, oh, Xbox would be the slower one. I didn't know they worded it like that. But at the end of the day, I mean, if they are the company, I think Purple could have it right. Maybe they're just trying to spark some stuff up, get their game out there. Who knows? But at the end of the day, and maybe listen, they would know one thing from the next, I guess. And it's not like they're the first company who said the PlayStation had an advantage in development cycle for a console. But not that it really matters. But
so is the Magic SSD advertisement rumor, whatever you want to call it, is that legit?
Hold up, it's maybe. I mean, maybe they're not created equal. I remember when they did I watched the PlayStation. What do they call it when they like broke down the whole console and talked about it? And I watched the Xbox One too, and it was just cool to hear these new technologies, these new consoles. And I was Stadia head at the time, so I really didn't care. But I remember that Xbox was explaining like we're powerful, 12 teraflops, and PlayStation was explaining like, listen, the way our system is designed, we took power from here and put more power for here, and it's gonna benefit more when you create a game. So all that mumbo jumbo, because I don't make games, at the time I was like, oh, it sounds cool, because I remember Doc was always doing his videos, and I was like, the one word he's lacking is optimization. And because I think that's what it comes down to, right? If you're a game developer, you know how to use certain things. It's like saying you could do a lot on a budget, right? It's like, oh, you don't got as much money as me, but it's like, bro, you look like you always going out. I know how to work with a budget. I'm optimizing my money. But coming in the building is the friend of the show, none other than Doc. What's up, Doc? Hey, Doc, you know what? Me? I was laughing at you at first with the beard, but now that it's getting thicker, I don't know. It might be a look. You know, my
it's
only
a
issue.
Look. Hey, it's
Doc.
a look.
Hey, Doc. My only issue though. I'm not fond of the neck beard. You know what I mean? I kind of like if you would have, now I don't know if you do this stuff on your own. Yeah, I like I like when it's got that line.
Yeah. I appreciate how you be looking at men's beard, Cowboy. I mean,
bro, listen, you're a handsome guy. I got to give you a hug in person. I felt that back. I was like, oh.
Hey, that back is serious though, huh?
Hey, bro, when you walked away, I was like, all right, you walked away, had the V shape. I said, man, I admire a guy who's in shape, bro.
That V taper. Wow.
Go on, Doc.
Yeah, I appreciate you, puppy. Appreciate it. No, man. I actually you've seen my videos before. I get a really bad razor bumps, and then it was my doctor was funny, like, hey, just let it grow, see how it feels. And then I started letting it grow, and it feels a lot better. That's cool. But I don't want to take too much of your guys' time. I saw you guys talking about the quantum.
Hold up, you got a partner in crime tagging in another Xbox guy, Q-Beanie. All right, there we go.
What up?
Go ahead, start your drama. Go ahead, let's hear it.
All right, so this is I think it's pretty smart what they did, what Quantum Era did. I mean, they got people talking about their game, a game that No one ever even heard of them. So by any means necessary, I guess. The biggest thing is the fact that they jumped on the SSD talk even after SSD and the PlayStation was already in conversation because of what's happening with Ratchet and Clank and it's being coming on PC. So it's actually really smart. So then they mentioned that that Series X's SSD is not fast enough. It's like, okay, you're gonna spark conversation up, and they did what they did. And then I saw people profiting from it. I'm like, I'm not gonna sit back. I'm gonna go ahead and make a video as well. And sure enough, that video, I think it's got like 1.2K views. So you know what, good for them. They got people to talk about their game. It is what it is. People on Xbox probably weren't gonna buy this game anyways either, because I've never heard of it. Now, if someone's saying that the game is trash just because of what the developer says, obviously that's pretty ignorant for them just to say that just because of what the developer says. Like, if you haven't played the game, you don't know the game could be amazing. But like I said in my video, if the game is amazing and it runs better on the PS5, then people should buy it on the PS5. Like that just makes sense to me. You know what I mean? Like it is what it is.
I guess it depends on what you define as run better. What's a half-second load time difference? If the game
it depends. If they get it to work, then it is what it is. Like another tweet just came out where someone asked them, have they tried using the direct storage that the Xbox has? And they were like, well, we're going to look into that. So they haven't even used the full features of the Xbox Series X, which is a Microsoft problem because all these developers aren't using the full power of the Series X. So at this point, I don't even blame the developers. Is Microsoft's not making them use it, and even with their own games, they're not even using the full power of the X. So at this point, it is what it is. So.
It was crazy. So I jumped into this late because obviously I got a PlayStation like 2 years after it was out, right? PS5, and so yeah, I was using XCloud. I was using the power of the Series X before I was even using a PlayStation, right? A PlayStation 5. So when I would hear you guys talk about what runs, I think the Cubini point, I used to be like, because when I used to, that was never an issue. When I was in the console war, like no one was like, this runs better. You just kind of didn't say. It was like, what does that mean? Like, what are y'all talking about? And it'd be like, oh, well, this game on this one stage, it stutters when you walk into this room. And they don't do that on that one. I'm like,
but you wouldn't even know unless you played both games side by side.
I wouldn't know if you caught. Yes, unless it was side to side. I got two systems, two TVs.
Right.
It is amazing how different it is over even 15 years ago. We didn't care about this stuff back then.
No, we did. And hold on, real quick, last thing I'm gonna say. My nephew was over, right? So we was playing on my big TV. Now, granted, I got a 70-inch 70-inch 4K TV, right? Never play it all. I don't even play video games on it no more, right? Because I got into cloud gaming. I started playing on a little 15.6-inch monitor laptop. Now I got a 28-inch monitor. I'm like, oh, this is cool, right? So I'm thinking that thing came out. I got it the day Destiny 2 came out, whatever, 5 years, 6. I don't even know how long ago, right? So I'm thinking like my thing obviously looks better, right? Because in my head, I'll play more frames than like 4K. So we playing wrestling with my nephew yesterday, right? On his PlayStation 5 on the TV. I'm like, damn, yo, this look good as hell. I don't even know if that TV was 60 frames. I don't know. But at that 4K, I was like, yo, this is mad sharp. The people look real. I was like, yo, sometimes we go crazy for stuff, but if we stop and take a step back, we were like, oh, this was still pretty good. So I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, you can once you experience certain things, you can feel the difference and you can see the difference. It's just how big of a difference is it if you're actually in the game already playing? You know what I mean?
Because I play wrestling every single Wednesday for at least 5 hours, right?
Yeah.
I've been playing this. Tomorrow's going to be season 4, episode 6, and each season is 7 weeks. Do the math. So you would think I would have been like, oh man, my TV look bad. I'm like, yo, we rocking. I don't feel I'm like, yo,
how did it feel though? Did it feel different?
Oh, it felt the same. I'm like, so it
what
got
kind of TV do you have?
Huh?
It felt the same as your monitor?
Yeah, like, yo, it felt this. I'm like, hold up, wait. I thought I was thinking I should have, and I'm playing from a PlayStation 5 on this monitor made for the PlayStation 5. So I'm thinking, I thought I should have noticed something, but I'm like, and it
you definitely should have noticed something, at least an input difference.
Nah,
that's crazy.
That's the problem. People say that.
Huh.
That's what they say.
Well, maybe not in a wrestling game. Maybe not in a wrestling game. Maybe a first-person shooter, you'd be able to tell the difference.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Well,
maybe.
The difference I've noticed with the TV is you don't get like HDR and Dolby Vision on the monitors on PC unless you pay for it. So, like with me running PC all the time, I don't go higher than 1440. Never. Don't need to. I chase the frames more than going above 1440. It's kind of like the sweet spot on PC, for sure. I just wish the consoles would kind of shoot that way too. Like we don't need this native 4K crap all the time if we're sacrificing frames. Absolutely.
Yeah, but you do 1440p on the consoles.
Yeah, but I wish they would just target that and just leave it.
Yeah, but you know why, Cubini? Because the average. So listen, when I was trying to say all this to my nephew and my son's about to be 25 in September. My nephew is just turned 20, right? I'm saying this to them. They look at me like I don't even know what you're talking about because the world hasn't adjusted yet to frames. The world is still 4K, 8K. That if you go out and talk to the average person, once you start talking frame, like I started learning this from you guys. Like I just got into frames when I got into Stadia. And people was trying to explain the frames.
They sell it using different verbiage. So like when you go to a TV and you see like when you go to like a store and you see the TV and it'll show the motion and it'll say stuff like true motion, stuff like smooth motions.
Yeah,
so they're trying to
soap opera
so they're trying to show the consumer like look it's more fluid and all this other stuff, but they're not telling them that it's more frames. So yeah, the technical aspect of it is not there. Yeah.
Right. And some people don't like it. I remember my first TV I got when I was with my ex-wife.
Yeah,
bro, we spent a lot of money because I was big into 3D. So we got a 3D TV when they first came out, Sony TV. Not that got nothing to do with this, but it happened to be. I'm just remember it was a Sony TV. We bought a 3D player, right? So you go a 3D Blu-ray player, and oh man, gotta love my wife, bro. She just brought my dinner, and so a 3D Blu-ray player, right? And bro. The 3D glasses at the time was the big ones with the batteries in them. It was $150 each. We bought 5 of them, right?
Yeah.
And so it was. We spent mad money that day, right? So it was crazy that it was like, oh, the picture because it was called Picture Motion Plus, but that's pretty much meant the hertz. It had more hertz on that TV, right? But they call it Picture Motion Plus. They nicknamed it the soap opera effect. Like if you watch a soap opera back in the day, right? So I was like, whoa, but guess what? My ex-wife hated it. She's like, turn that off. I don't like the way it look. I get dizzy.
That's crazy.
I thought it looked cool as hell.
Yeah, I have a funny story like that as well. Me and my wife at the time walked into a Best Buy and they had a Sony Bravia TV and the image was of like a bird flapping its wings or whatever, and it looked like, I swear to God, Cowboy, it looked like I could touch it. And I remember me and her were just standing there just looking at it like, what is going on with this TV, right? We ended up buying it. We're like, okay, yeah, we want it. We went home and I remember we watched Transformers like 3 times back to back because we couldn't believe how it looked. Like we were convinced that this was the best way to watch, movies versus going to movie theaters. But then after that, like you just get used to it. So now, like I walk by TV, I don't even notice it. It just looks normal now, right? Yeah. But if you were to put on like a tube TV and see like a show at 30 frames or whatever, you'd be able to tell. You know what I like doing? I like going on YouTube and watching old music videos. Okay. And when you look at them, you're like, damn, they were that blurry. Like you don't remember it like that because you were watching that on a TV that was scaled for it and all that other stuff, right? But when you like looking at it on your 1080p 16:9 ratio TV or whatever, or your 4K TV 16:9, all those videos on scale back the same, and you're like, man, they were really that bad, that blurry, like old school videos that you really like, and like, oh snap, that's crazy. So I mean, stuff gets better. Technology keeps moving forward. I heard you guys talking about cloud gaming. I think that's the one area where anyone that's trying to deny cloud gaming is just being foolish, man.
Yeah, they got
like it. There's nothing you could do to stop it. And the whole owning your games, there's nothing you could do to stop it either, man. People don't. I mean, I guess you could own your movies if you want, but a lot of people don't own the TV series and all that stuff that they watch. They stream it. Same thing with the music. They stream it. Every once in a while you might go out there and buy an album or whatever, but for the most part, it's not even like that.
We got like 400 plus movies on that Vudu streaming service. Most of them were the digital codes, from the disc when you buy them, but we buy a lot of movies on there, and we can watch it everywhere on my phone and laptop, PC, don't matter. And you can just shoot it to your TV. You can cast it, and it works It works great. It's amazing how much this stuff's changed in the last 10 years.
Yep.
It's amazing. Nobody owns nothing anymore. We're all just renting it.
You know what's crazy is when you that's what I'm trying to tell people. These companies, I'm telling you, I worked for a market research company for 20 years. Well, it's pharmaceutical, right? They do surveys for everything. They want to find out. Again, we today a big popular word. It's like Sesame Street. Target audience. So the word we was using today is target audience. Some people when they're like, "Oh, that game is trash." You're not the target because we was talking about the Q-lite, right? And we brought up your video. I said it was dope what Doc was saying, right? He said, if you're going to play this at home, it's probably for you. If not, so guess what? That means like when Purple was like, "Oh, Cowboy, I didn't think you would like it." I was like, "Hello, I don't have to do this. I'll just grab it real quick." Now, I said months ago, but I ain't taking it out the house. Why? My argument with the Steam Deck. Because once I walk out of the house, I can't play online anymore. This, I got mobile data. I never stopped playing. So the thing is, guess what? I'm the, target audience because I already do remote play. So you're not going to get somebody who don't do remote play and be like, "Oh, I think that's a great idea." No, they're going to have to get their friend that does remote play. And then their friend going to be like, "Bro, this new thing is dope." And I'm like, "What is that?" "It's for remote play." Remote play, I never did it. And then their friend explain it. And then that's how you pull them in. But anything new is not for the general public. I was telling the story about my folding phone. I got it into smack dead in the beginning. I remember my friend was like, "Oh, it's crazy how that phone thing didn't work." I was like, "Bro, I got one." He was like, "What? I thought they canceled it." I'm like,
yeah, they got second generation. And it's funny. So it's funny that you say that because I got one too. I got the Z Fold 3, but then I turned it back in because I didn't use the feature enough. Right. I ended up using the front screen more than anything. So to me, it was like, okay, there was no point. The expense didn't match up. So same thing with this Q-lite. If someone purchases this but actually use it, then they're winning. You know what I mean? Like it is what it is. I just hope that the technology is not. I hope that it's not exactly the same as remote play. I hope it's better. I hope it's like I said in my video. I hope it's equivalent to like what the Wii U gamepad was. Which, if that old system could do that, where the connection was flawless and everything, when there was no input lag, like it was literally streaming it directly from the console to the pad. If they figure out something like that, which I'm sure they could, then I think that's ideal.
I was thinking about the Q-lite and thinking about some situations where I might actually want to use it. And I'm thinking, well, if I'm on a bus and or if I'm on a train, it's got Wi-Fi, I can play PS5 games. Airplane with Wi-Fi, I mean, you might get a little bit of lag, I don't know, or your phone, you put a hotspot to it and use it that way. I mean,
you can, but I don't think that's what they're. I don't think that's what they're going for. I think what they're going for is like what Lion said, which is true. Most people, even though you have a handheld gaming device, you're still using it at home. Most people play the Nintendo Switch at home. Say again?
They don't want to get it out of the house, is what they're advertising. You think?
I don't think that's the main purpose. Because the other thing is you got to think about the size of this thing too. It's not going to be small. It's not small. It's a 7-inch screen, right? With 8-inch. Or an 8-inch screen with the peripherals of a freaking PS5 controller. It's not going to be small. You're not going to be able to buy just any Amazon case either. It's like the Asus ROG Ally. Like if you're going to travel with that thing, you got to want to travel. You got to take it like in a backpack or something like that, which you could, but it is what it is.
That's why
I don't know.
Think about it.
The price got to be right too, man.
It's going to be bigger than this. This screen is 7.6 inches. That's 8-inch screen. So one is going to be a little wider, and the controllers are kind of like this. It's gonna be bigger than this.
Hey, Cowboy, what kind of case you put on that?
And I got this is why I love this thing.
No, I'm saying what kind of case you're gonna put on a Q-lite?
Oh, what do you mean? It ain't gonna have no case.
Like, I know, right? You're gonna keep that thing at home, prestige.
It's gonna be in the house.
It's gonna be in a house on a mantle. You can grab that. You're not gonna let your kids touch that.
Touch my stuff.
Yeah, nobody's touching that. The kids ain't touching it. Nobody. Yeah.
I know what it is. Your wife's using a TV and you want to play PS5.
Yes.
Yeah. That's exactly what it is.
So what I explained to these guys earlier, from us, we watch wrestling on Mondays and Fridays, right?
Right.
And Monday's a 3-hour show. Friday's a 2-hour show. A lot of times during wrestling, we're just kind of sitting there because we don't really watch the wrestling. We just like the storylines, like the dumb stuff. Bro, I just be sitting in bed like. So now I'm just gonna grab it and because think about it. Now I press this. It's not a lot I go through, right? I press this button, instantly it syncs to my phone. I go to the app, I hit the app. The app take a little bit, maybe 2 minutes to sync to my PlayStation, and bam, I'm on, right? I'm on. Now I'm gonna grab it, hit one button, it's gonna turn on my PlayStation, and it's gonna just be a little bit less. And there you go. So it's
again, the execution and the prices was really gonna matter. Like everyone already looking at this thing. This thing's already ugly, so everybody knows already ugly. It is what it is. But if they execute it right and the price is right, then they might have something, man. A lot of people are talking trash about it, but I could see this thing actually being something,
Because not for nothing, there are certain things called fanboys, right? There are certain marketing. People are gonna hype it up and make people who never wanted to buy it buy it. Watch. It's gonna be people like, I'll never buy that thing, and they're gonna have one. Like, I thought you didn't want one. Well, watch a couple.
And then I heard I think it was a rumor that it's gonna allow cloud gaming as well. So if you're gonna be able to, if it allows cloud gaming, then you really got something. Now you got something that can natively play PS5 and cloud gaming.
And you know what
you can jailbreak or sell it.
Here's the thing. I think it will. This is just what I speculation. I think it will be able to play Sony Cloud, but remember, Sony has yet to make you able to stream PS5 games. That's supposedly at the end of the year, right? So once they do that, why would this not?
No, I don't think that's true. You can stream PS5 games.
No, you can't.
I'm pretty sure on PS Plus on my Asus ROG Ally, I played Horizon Forbidden West.
You might be.
No,
right.
you can.
PlayStation 4 version.
Hold on, stop.
Oh, you think I played the PlayStation 4 version? Oh,
you can remote. Yeah, you can remote play. But
no. It was on PlayStation Plus.
All the streaming games are 4.
Supposed to be the first game that you're able to stream Returnal.
Returnal? Okay.
Well, I don't know what's going to be the first game, but it's just you can't do it yet.
That's ridiculous.
Now, I've been following it because
what is Kena Bridge of Spirits? Is that a PS4 game?
No, it's a PS5 game also.
Okay, hold on. I can find out right now. Hold on.
Yeah. No, there's 2 versions. Yeah, trust me. Because I was following it. They were supposed to make that update in March. That update was supposed to come with the same update.
It's gonna do cloud gaming. That's all.
Say that again, Purple.
That's all.
I'm gonna check right now.
You would assume that it would. I mean,
I'm almost
see it?
positive.
Yeah, we see it.
Yeah, I just think they can't say it, Purple, because they don't have the technology yet on the PlayStation.
Oh
5.
no, I like Cowboy. This is one of those things. Like, remember when I told you on Mexico and Turkey? This is one of those things.
Oh, okay. Well,
what about Mexico and Turkey?
That's gonna be even better.
The only thing is I love that ROG, but I don't want to buy it for the price because I can get a 4060 Ti for $300 less on my PC and get better overall what I want.
Yeah, but when you're comparing the two things, you're comparing.
I'm logging into PlayStation Plus right now.
No, I know. Maybe when they get cheaper, I might get one.
Let me see.
I don't want to pay that much for it.
I don't want to pay that much for it.
All right, so I'm on PlayStation Plus. Let me see if I can find a PS5 game. You guys might be right. Let me see.
No, I am.
I got our Fold 4, so I'm good.
No, I'm right. Trust me.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
The last time they talked about it was in March. It was supposed to come with the Discord update.
Is Bugsnax on PS5? Or is that a PS4 game as well?
I never played that.
I believe that was a PS4 game. I think that's coming to Xbox too, isn't it? I heard it was. I could be wrong.
I'm trying to find a PS5 game.
There was one game
so
that I
see Horizon Forbidden West. Y'all telling me that's the PS4 version, though, right?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah. It should
No,
be.
it is.
But what's the difference? A little bit more resolution? I mean...
Yeah, because you're only getting 1080p anyway. So.
Yeah.
Right? Like, sometimes we get a little extra for no reason.
Yeah.
But, man, if you don't just play the game...
Well, that was the argument on the Xbox side when they came out and they were giving all the free upgrades and Sony was charging for it. It's like, why are you charging for it?
I hate this app. I hate the PlayStation's got to do better with this app too.
You remember when Xbox was charging for online and PlayStation was free?
I do remember that.
Yeah, but when you go into next gen, you shouldn't have to charge for your current games to get upgraded.
Yeah, but you know what you just did right there? You said, yeah, but...
No, but I'm talking about that, though. I ain't talking about the online.
No, but I was talking to you about the online.
Oh, yeah, Bugsnax on there.
See what you did again? But...
No, sorry. I was reading what Trey said. So.
Yeah, I just remember people was like, yeah, but Xbox is better because it costs money. It was like, what? Yeah, because they put more into it because they make you pay for it. So Sony was like, so I'm assuming they was like, well, the marketing is Xbox
Dead by
is
Daylight
better.
a PS4 game?
Say that again.
Dead by Daylight? Or is that only on PS5?
No. If you want a PS5
That's
only
PS4 game, buddy.
No, I want a PS5 only. I want to see if there is none.
Returnal.
You guys might be. What about Guardians of the Galaxy? No, but Returnal. Oh, Returnal would be on PS Plus. You're right. Guardians of the Galaxy. That's PS4.
Yep.
Yeah, they should be all PS4 games.
No, they are.
One.
Oh, maybe.
I commend him for checking.
Yeah, a little late.
Yeah, I just wanted to check
in there.
But I could stream all this stuff.
Yes, you can. Now I
On
want to
that
see you walk.
device, it'd be
Hey,
fine.
Dot. Now I want to see you walk out the house.
Sure.
I would have to turn on my hotspot, bro.
Yeah, and you know what I said before? I challenge everybody to make me a video with the Steam Deck. Not one person made a video. I could go on YouTube. There's not one video with the Steam Deck and a hotspot Wi-Fi, and they're playing it, and it's as smooth as it is in the house.
Well, no, I mean, I don't think it'll be as smooth as it is in the house. Like my internet in my house is way faster than
my
internet, but it does work.
What I was bragging on is that when I had Stadia, I was able to walk out the house and still play, let's say, Destiny. I'm online playing with people and everything. I'm at the park. I'm like wherever. That's what I was saying.
I mean, I've got a 5G hotspot for my semi, and I'm telling you, it's not slow. And it goes right through the cell network, so it doesn't go through my phone.
Yeah, so I would love for you to make a video if you own the Steam Deck or one of those things.
I can try it on my laptop.
Bro, this thing is
and do
amazing.
like Game Pass.
Y'all need to get one of these. I'm telling y'all.
Yeah.
I'm working on it.
Every time I turn this thing on, I get amazed. I'm like, man, I can't believe they made this thing.
I'm honestly concerned there's going to be something better by the time I get enough saved.
Well, that's
there will be. There will be.
That's what I'm worried about. Maybe next Steam Deck or somebody else altogether.
There always will be.
And then you'll be like, the next Steam Deck costs too much money then. So
did you see? Where was it? Let me pull it up here real quick.
See, Sony's got to work on their cloud gaming a little bit though.
Hey, Purple, let me ask you this, Purple. Is it a are you making an announcement telling people about Thursday yet, or is it like a hidden thing, or?
No, we can do it right now.
Okay, it's public. So
what's
Purple,
on Thursday?
Can you tell the people what's on Thursday?
So Doc kind of got a preview of this one before, but Thursday will be the first time ever that I bring on a Shades of Purple alumni to back to the show to have their own show again, and that's going to be Cowboy King of Entertainment.
You're gonna bring who? You're gonna do what?
Cowboy King of Entertainment. It's going to be the first Shades of Purple alumni to come back to Shades of Purple for their own show.
Hey, yo, I ain't even
What do you mean for their own show? What are we talking about? What are we doing?
I don't know.
Do you want me to explain it to him? Because I know.
What do you mean? Well, I'm so confused because I really like the setup of Shades of Purple. Why are we gonna mess it up? What are we doing? What are we doing?
Doc, all she is doing is bringing back guests. That's all, right?
But who's the first one that's coming back? Who's the first one that's coming back?
The person who was the first one in the first place.
Oh my Lord Jesus! She should have brought back whoever brought her the most views. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, it wasn't you.
What?
I follow it.
Yo, there's numbers to check. There's numbers to check.
There's numbers to check. You got me by a little, bro, but you wasn't the top view.
No. I got you by a lot. What are you talking about?
You ain't get me by a lot.
And she interviewed you when she was already famous. What are you talking about?
Well, I was the first one.
No, bro, what are you talking about?
She was famous when she interviewed you. They came to see her, not you.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Purple, who settle this?
I already seen it.
Purple, settle it. Don't worry, he's a big boy. His feelings ain't gonna be hurt.
I already
settle
know.
it,
I
Purple.
looked at it myself. Your video does have a few more views than me.
Oh, okay. Say the other stuff, Purple.
What other stuff?
What you told me last night. Tell him.
We did not talk last night, though. We're not like that. Do not get it twisted.
Didn't we talk last night?
No, maybe last night.
Why you acting all brand new? We spoke last night.
I ain't worried about it.
Streamed this morning.
Was it this morning?
Hey, doctor, you can't get the morning from the night.
Yes, your voice is cracking and everything. Purple, relax.
You can't get the morning from the night unless you stayed the night. Then that might be the only reason you can't remember if it was the morning or the night.
He likes that dark roast coffee. I'm telling you. Hey, you know that Boomstick guy on YouTube, the Xbox guy?
Yeah.
He said something about a dockable Xbox console is currently in development. What do you know about that?
Really?
Why would they do that?
Do you think they're doing their own handheld that would be dockable?
I
didn't listen to the stream, but
that could replace the
I guess they could.
xCloud dongle.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, there's a little bit of a lag. Man, I miss Stadia. Stadia messed up so bad. So this is on the cloud right now.
But Stadia at least showed us it could be done.
I expect Lono to go in on that quantum error thing probably tomorrow.
Oh, I'm sure. He
Who?
probably wrote a whole
Lono.
about it.
He already did. He did today.
Boy.
He did?
Yep.
Huh.
I'm sure I can guess what he thought. Should I guess?
Go ahead.
I was watching him.
He probably believes every word of it. Says the Series S is the problem. Yeah.
Correct. The Series S is the problem. Until Microsoft shows otherwise, though, man, like Redfall is not a good look. Where's the Redfall patch?
It's coming. They said it's coming.
That should have been like a hot topic.
Well, here's the thing. If you remember that interview, Doc, Phil said they didn't even start 60 FPS mode when they had that interview. They didn't even consider starting it yet. So
let me tell you what
the
what the problem is with Redfall. Before we were able to say that all these developers are just choosing to optimize for the PlayStation instead of the Xbox, and that's why the games don't run well. Well, Redfall is a first-party game that's not on PlayStation, and it's a first-person shooter that's running at 30 frames. And the game looks like it should be able to run at 120. It looks like a downgraded Fortnite. So it's like, what do we? I don't know.
Let me ask y'all this though. I wonder if Microsoft does research, right? And I keep bringing up this research thing. I wonder if they realize for all the us on YouTube and chat with each other, that it's probably 20 more people outside of this that could care less. But you know why I say that? In my group chat with my friends, right? It's what, 9 of us, something like that, you know. I don't even talk about this in them. They will laugh me out the building, bro. They look at me like, bro, you don't get this geeky nonsense out here. Like I don't mention the ABK. They don't say nothing. And we're all gamers. We all created this chat because of Destiny, bro. No one mentions any of this on a daily basis. I talk about this how much throughout the week because of this. Every day they just showing pictures of naked girls. They just talking about like, oh, what game is that? Game is kind of cool. The console war they'd be into, they'll be like, oh man, I hear Halo ain't doing that good. Like, oh, like it's just the generic regular stuff. They don't talk about SSDs. They ain't even talking about, oh, Rift Apart is amazing because they don't brag on some, and they're all PlayStation heads. They don't even know what to brag like. So I wonder Microsoft like, bro, it's like 3% of us crying.
No, they do know. That's why the S is selling so well. They know. They do know.
The average person is buying it based on price.
Yes.
For $300 to get an S and Game Pass, you're set. They don't think anything past it.
Yeah.
Honestly.
And again, if you don't know no better, you don't know no better.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah. So it is what it is.
We have the king of console war here. I made a comment earlier, Dark, that once this ABK deal goes through, Xbox will be in a position to get back into the console war. Do you agree?
I don't know if they want to. I agree with what you're saying that they could, but I don't know if they want to. I actually believe them when they're saying.
So here's the thing. I also said they don't need a console to console war.
Okay, I'm listening.
But I countered that with, as long as the competition has a box under the TV, they will also.
I think they'll have something that attach something to the TV.
But who's their competition? Like, that's the whole thing. Like, I think, like, I don't think their competition. They've said it so many times that their competition isn't Sony.
It's not. They said it was Google and Amazon.
Okay, well,
and that's pretty much no competition
Google's done.
now.
And Google's done.
Let me rephrase it. Once there isn't a market or a need for a box under the TV, then they'll drop it. There'll always be that option. It's a piece of the whole pie. It's not.
So that's a really good concept. Yeah, that's because there will be a time where a box won't be needed. I know a lot of people are like, "There's no way this isn't that." But if I walk into your house and you have a Blu-ray player under your TV, I'm walking out.
Bro, I'm like, yo, I can't trust you, bro. Like,
yeah, exactly. You're a psychopath. Yeah, if you got a Blu-ray player under your TV right now in 2023. I don't know. I don't know, right? But there was a time where a Blu-ray player was
a necessity.
Like, damn, you got a Blu-ray player, right? Like, damn, I bought a PS3 just for the Blu-ray player, right? Like, you know, yeah. So, I mean, eventually you're gonna walk into someone's house and see a console and be like, bro, are you ancient? Like, can't your TV do that? You know? And eventually they will. You know, everything gets smaller. Like, they could fit. I mean, they're mobile GPUs, but they could fit 4060s, 4070s into laptops. Eventually, they'll fit that stuff into TVs, and then it'll just be like, do you want a TV that can natively play PlayStation games? Or, I mean, Sony already makes TVs. That's why I feel like, I don't know why Sony is not more advanced in this stuff than Xbox is. Like, how come Sony doesn't have TVs already with PlayStation Plus already natively on them? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me.
With what they're doing because it works.
No, you know what?
Microsoft, it didn't work, so they had to change it.
Yeah, and think about it. Once you do that, you become your own competition. Because now, why buy a PlayStation? Why would I buy this TV?
Yeah, that's exactly right. They got them built. They got their small. What did we say? Microsoft. I got it. What did we say? Microsoft they got money to do. Sony can't. They got to squeeze everything out of one thing before they go to the next one.
Yep.
And so, like, if they can't capitalize their sales on PlayStation, like, they don't have that business model set up to support itself. But you can almost guarantee that it's coming. Samsung got like that. So
yeah, I almost feel bad for Sony. I remember Sony used to be like, they used to be the king of Walkmans. Like, if you had a Sony Walkman, you had a good Walkman. You remember that? The non-skip good Walkman. Yeah, and then MP3 players came out, and now on the phone, like, you don't even need a Walkman anymore. You know, it's crazy. I don't know. We'll see.
Doc,
though.
let me give you some credit right now, though, man. I love your showmanship. Okay, I watch your content, bro, and I'm like, yo, he's such a character, bro. And I don't know when you're gonna pull it or not. You actually did that video, and you was the Q-lite, bro. It was no console war, not one sentence. And when it ended, I was like, yo, he literally did a straight video. Bro, I watched the video before. Yo, you'll be like
after the Spider-Man video.
Right.
Bro, I had him going crazy.
I'm like, bro, I so bad want to be you, bro, but I can't hold it. Like, I get crazy.
Sing the song, Doc.
Like, bro, you're a psychopath. I'm like, how does he do this every day and not go crazy? But literally, you came on here. All this you made, like, you was like, yeah, you know what, it makes sense, this and that. And I was like, yo, bro, like, Doc is a genius. Like, you could be a wrestler. You turn it on and off. But I just don't know how you keep it on so long. But I think I know why.
Well, you do the same thing too, Cowboy. Because I watch it. I told you what my kids do, right? My kids quote you. Like, I hate you. They quote you. They're like, I'll make you famous. I'm like, bro, you need to stop. You need to stop. Like,
I think my thing is that you're able to play one straight role and it works so well, but most of your content is a short bite-sized content, right? So you can compose yourself, get yourself together. All right, turn the camera on, record it, end it, throw it out there in the world. So you could do it over and over. But for me, I feel like, well, I go live. So if I'm not always like this, like if I try to be the anti-Doc Dark, somebody gonna tune in and be like, bro, why ain't acting crazy and saying Xbox suck? I'm like, oh, and they gonna call me out, like, bro, hold up, you don't even care. But somebody probably swear you at home smashing PlayStations.
Right. They think I'm really mad. They think I really hate it. Yeah. Like somebody left a comment and was like, oh my God, an actual honest take on PlayStation? Like, what? I'm like,
So I know you limited. Like, I can't give y'all a lot of these.
Well, I hit him. Yeah. Like I said in my other video, I give him a one cap and two truths, and then.
But I think that to your point, Cal. No, Doc. If you remember that conversation we had this morning, not last night, you talked about genius. Remember, you talked about Xbox and genius with Pop-Tarts.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
I think what Cowboy said, what you do is genius. That's
thank you.
That's why I would not say what Xbox did. I say that's smart. But how you play, you said it this morning. You were like, some people do console war better than others. But I would say how you do it is genius because no one else does it like that, and you're very successful at it. So
yeah, and you know what's crazy? Your views jumped up. I pay attention, bro. Your views, like, you know, I used to be like, man, Doc put out a video in an hour, man, he got like 1,000 views. Now I'm looking like, damn, Doc views is like, it's pretty. It did kick up, but I think Purple called you out, and it was pretty smart. She was like, oh, when things die down, now Doc making Rogue Ally video. And I was like, oh, she got a good point. My man, you rolled that thing out.
Yo, them Rogue Ally videos went crazy. Which lets you know what the market is like. People care about this stuff.
Yeah, they do.
So guess who's gonna get a Q-lite for 15 days?
Well, I know I'm getting one.
Right.
For real, get one for real.
Right. I said day 1 with the Asus Rogue Ally all the way up to day 15.
You know what the thing is? I'm always afraid. My problem is I'm my worst enemy because I like to do a lot. So I'm always afraid to do one thing, and then I don't like to call people fans, but the viewership want that more. Like my Mortal Kombat stuff is going crazy. Like when the Mortal Kombat closed beta came out, I streamed it. I'm like, damn, there's a lot of people watch this. So then I made a video saying showing one of the fatalities they stole from an anime back in the day. That thing got like 2,000 views. I'm like, so then I made a short little rant Mortal Kombat video, but I'm like articulate with it, right? Because I'm a big fan. It got 1,000 views in one day. I'm like, and all these new people, they were showing up today, like, yo, what do you think about Scorpion? I'm like, I wanted to say, bro, my thing ain't about that. That was one little video I made. But that's like what they're showing, what they want to hear. And I'm like, all right, I need to do another video, but my problem is, bro, but I still want to put out when I went to the beach 2 weeks ago. And I'm my own worst enemy, bro, because I love it.
I'll give you props on this, though, Cowboy. You have perfected being able to make videos about whatever the hell you want.
Yeah.
Like if someone literally said, what is Cowboy's channel about? It would be, look, he's a king of content. One day you might see him at a baby shower live. He might be at a funeral, or he might be playing WWE. I don't know. So
what is cool is what I realize is so just letting people know, like I picked 4 things. So I used to call it everything channel back in the day. And it's like, well, what does that mean? So I picked 4 things. Just say, the podcast, vlogging, reviews, and gaming, right? So you're like, okay, I get that. So I try to always mention it or show it pop up, right? And I think what's cool is now I got people, and it's growing, but at a slower pace, obviously, than somebody who just did one thing. But I'll have, if you look at my comments, it'll be somebody commenting on a review I did from, I don't know, like it's always been like or a how-to video. Lately, they've been talking about, oh, you snaked your yard, and it's crazy. Then my next comments would be somebody talking about Mortal Kombat, and it's like, oh, I'm watching people talking about the Barbie movie, and I'm like, oh, this is kind of dope because I always got somebody watching something, and it's totally different. So it's kind of cool, but it's slow because,
Well, I think the slow part too is like because sometimes you need I mean, I wouldn't say you really need it, but it does help when you have like a cosign from like bigger channels. Right. But the biggest channels know you.
Well, that was what I mean. When everybody roasted me for my Redfall is not bad video. I didn't even know some of these people. I was looking at a Griffin game. I was like, he got 217,000 subscribers. What? I don't even know the dude. That was cool.
Yeah, because you've already created a character like the Cowboy. Everybody knows that. Like if somebody tried to start a YouTube channel and try to call himself the Cowboy and jump into the space, it wouldn't work. You know what I mean? Like,
let me ask Doc a question. Hey, do you know about this new YouTuber that's been talking about you?
What's his name?
It was GameStar Nightmare on the Street.
He's not new.
He's not new.
He put a video on like all of us.
About you?
Yeah. So here's my thing.
Seriously, I just kind of laughed the whole time.
No, we avoid him, bro. We avoid him. Go ahead, tell him, Doc.
Yeah, so here's the thing.
Yeah.
If you make a video about me and it's a good video, like it's funny, whatever, like you just making fun of me, like I'm cool. I'll make a rebuttal video and we'll both eat off of it. You know what I mean? Like I'm cool with that. But the one time, it just takes one time, I don't care. One time you mention my family, that's it. We're done. And the way I'm going to deal with it is I'm just not going to give you any attention. Because what do I look like making a video sounding tough on a camera? Like that's, I think that's really cringe when people try to act tough on a camera and it's like, you're miles away. I can't even prove to you if I'm tough or not. You know what I mean? Like why would I do that? So whenever people get to that level of where it's like really disrespectful, I just cut it off. So yeah, he's not new. And then
I just thought the Call of Duty video about you was hilarious.
Yeah, but there are people that will entertain it though. Like shout out to TK. TK actually had a fighting match with that dude. Like actually gamed with him because that's the thing that he says like play with me or whatever. And TK whooped them in Power Rangers. And there was a time that if you go back, all of us in our channel will have like Power Ranger references. Just make him. So we had like our own little inside joke, whatever. But it is what it is. I mean, wish him the best of luck. He could do whatever he want to do, but I'm not giving him any attention. Like he messed that up himself. So
after you guys had that issue, he had came at me with something. I just was like, I'm not even going there. You know what I mean? Because like you said, this is fun for us. We like especially you, me, and K9. Like we're characters. We get silly. Sometimes you can be like, bro, what does he talk about? But like we know what we're doing. You know what I mean? Right. But once you take it outside of that, it's like you already showed me that like you're not even like you said. We're all gonna eat. It's gonna be a thing. Even if it sounds like we mad, but we know like we're pushing each other. But if somebody just saying low blow, they talking like it's like you're not even. We're not even in the same space.
Right.
You know,
exactly. The energy is different. Like, have you guys seen the thumbnails that Cowboy uses of me? Like, I can't stand this dude. Yeah. Like,
hey, hold up. Listen, I watched all your stuff. Now I did do that, but the one day you was like, "Listen, y'all need to catch me like this. Catch me like this." I was like, "Did he just say that?" Rewind, pause, clip. Yo, 3 poses you put up. I said, I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna use it.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
One more question. I'm gonna roll out of here. Colt Eastwood is claiming there is a Xbox Pro coming next year, also. So
Xbox Pro.
Yes, let me ask you: if one is coming, what do you think is the purpose of that? You know, what's your thoughts on that? If that were the case,
if they drop a Pro without using the power of the X already, then they got to come out and say that the X is trash and that they overshot it or whatever. Like what is it going to be? A system with what, 20 teraflops?
I think the PS5 they're saying is 32 teraflops. The Pro.
Jesus Christ!
Will it jump that high?
Saying. I saw some specs and they're saying 32 teraflops. RDNA 3, yeah.
But an Xbox with higher performance is still, unless they don't have parity with the Series S, it doesn't really matter. So I don't know, man. I actually was thinking about it. I think after this, if you stay with Xbox, I think it's time to get a PC. Honestly, I think it is. Because a PC, you can control it. You can control it yourself, and Xbox doesn't mind that either. You know, Xbox is like sure.
PC is pretty much an Xbox Pro.
Well, yeah, but they're not going to drop the S with the new black one coming out. That's obvious.
That's right.
So they can't make the X the default one, even if they made a Pro. So are they just going to drop the X and replace it with a Pro? Maybe that's what they're thinking. I don't know.
Yeah, but then what would the support be like with games for the X?
No, they wouldn't be. I don't think it'll sell well either.
Yeah, who would be the market? When I say the market, who's the customer base for?
Well, who's the PS5 Pro market? A 32 teraflop PS5? Yeah. Who's going to pay for that?
Because PS5, it was its natural. You still have PS5. You have the people from PS4 going to PS5, but with the Xbox Series X, it's not like people for X want Xbox to use the X.
Right.
So now you're going to try to get somebody to say, okay, let's get something even more powerful than the X, but it's like you didn't even do stuff for the X.
And then always it's going to be that thing haunting you, thinking, well, if they come out with an X Pro, is the S going to hold back the X Pro? Right. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Well, it shouldn't in the way things are developed. That the hold back thing doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, but think
it
about
shouldn't.
Nah,
But
I don't think they're gonna do any kind of
I don't think they're gonna do that.
mid-cycle.
Yeah.
Because how close do you have to get to Doc's point? How much closer are you now to like a mid-tier PC?
Right.
The only thing they could do is make an upgraded S, but the black one's not upgraded. I hoped it would have been. That was my thought.
I guess the difference. Go ahead.
Yeah, the S is such a weird system now, but it makes sense for them. It doesn't make sense for us really. But if you bought a Series X to this day, you're still not getting the full treatment from Xbox. You know, you almost feel like a second-rate citizen. But if you got an S, like Xbox cares a lot about you, and you're winning. You are playing all these games at a cheaper price point. You are getting the bargain, and I mean, you could talk about having a disk drive, but I don't even use my disk drive either. So maybe they should have made a Series X that was digital and maybe a little bit cheaper, and that one would have been the perfect console for me.
That would have, because here's another thing. You got to think of SKUs. They're gonna have, if they have a S, X Pro is too many SKUs. Then now you got 3 individual consoles in the one generation.
They already got 3 though, Cowboy.
Yep.
There's 2 S's.
Yeah, but you don't have to build.
No. But they're in the same power, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you don't have to build different S's. You would have to build for 3 if they came out with a Pro. That's the whole thing.
Because Cubini asked what would be the point of PlayStation 5 Pro. The point would be the same reason when they came out with an Xbox Series X1 and they came out with a PlayStation 4 Pro. So it's a mid-gen refresh is a common thing, but you kind of got a mid-gen refresh and you got it at the start of the generation.
Correct.
The Xbox.
Correct.
So to do it again, it'd be like you know when you feel like you know when you get mad is like, let's say the console was out for 2 years and then the 3rd year they want to come out. You're like, well, that's too soon because I just paid for it. Let me get my money's worth. So imagine having an S, X, and X Pro. You'd be like, hold up, bro.
I wonder if they thought it was a mistake to drop the X when they did. Maybe they should have just dropped the S when the PS5 came out. Be like, hey, this is a cheaper version to play the same games. And maybe they would have gotten a lot of people to be like, hey, is this a cheaper version? You know what I mean? Maybe
the people like you, Doc, you would have just got a PlayStation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The power narrative wouldn't be right.
Yeah,
you're right. You're like, that much weaker than a PlayStation 5? Yeah, the console war would have been like, what? They would have upset a lot of people.
But if you remember, the S got leaked. Maybe that wasn't intended to come out at the same time, and they had to force their hand because it got leaked.
But even the way they
linger to do a cheaper one.
That's true, but even the way they marketed the S was kind of iffy. They didn't market the S as weak as we're seeing the SB. It was just supposed to be 1440p.
Well,
it was supposed to be 4K.
Yeah,
1440p. That was supposed to be the difference. And if you watch I know you guys mentioned Lono. Lono was the one that found that video again. That was on IGN's thing.
I've seen it.
Where the guy's talking about it, and he's not mentioning 30 frames per second and all this other stuff, and textures are not going to look the same. It's not mentioning any of that. It made it seem as if you want to play 4K, you get the X. You want to play 1440p, you get the S.
Okay, let me quickly counter with that. So
go ahead.
What first-party game has not taken advantage of the S being 1440p? Starfield's 1440p. Forza's 1440p. Like, the first-party games are hitting on the S as intended. It's everything else that's not hitting properly. Does that make sense?
It is.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they're not wrong, but first party's doing it, but nobody else is doing it.
Lazy developers.
Yeah, because
lazy
Dirt 5 runs like amazing on the S. You can run 120 FPS on the S. With Dirt 5.
Exactly.
So is it really the hardware, or is it just the developers, not first party, that aren't bothering to put the time in, basically?
I would have agreed with you until Redfall came out.
But Redfall was a game that they purchased and had nothing to do with until it launched, and then realized they should have.
Yeah, Redfall. So
you can't say that either.
Garbage fire. They knew it was a garbage fire.
Right. They just didn't bother to mess with it. They bought the game, and then
if you own it now, you got to take ownership of it, because the same way if Starfield is good, to me that's an Xbox title.
That's how I feel.
Yep.
Well, but Starfield should be good on the S because they got to it early enough. unlike Redfall. At least that's what the story is. So if on the Starfield's 1440 30 in the S and it looks great and it's smooth, then the argument still stands. First party can do it, third party can't. That's my question. Is it the third party doesn't want to bother?
Well, no, it is third party because we know that on paper the X is stronger than the PS5. Like no one's questioning that.
Yeah,
but if it's easier to develop for the PS5 or people are prioritizing the PS5, then it doesn't matter.
Right.
You know, it doesn't, because the only thing that matters is what you get to experience. You know, like I could tell you, we have the most powerful console, but what does it mean when frames are running better on the other console or
that's
equivalent?
A third party argument though. We're talking first party. They're not having that problem on first party side.
But what's the first party game that's showing the true power of the X?
No, we're talking about the first
Forza?
party getting rid of the S.
Probably Forza.
Forza.
The new Forza, I think they said it was dynamic 4K 60, and then they're going to be a performance.
Forza's probably the best looking game on the S, right? Or are we going to say Flight Simulator? Flight Simulator looks pretty good.
I mean, Horizon 5 in the S looks amazing.
Yeah, Horizon, but that's just one. Right there. That's using the power of the.
There hasn't been many.
So I'll give you this. I would probably argue that Microsoft is using more of the S's potential than they are using the X's potential.
Yeah.
And as a Series X owner, I have a problem with that.
Well,
I think it's the ray tracing.
What do you expect the X to be, though? Just a 4K version of the S? I mean,
no. For me, minimum 60 frames.
Right. So if Forza is 1080p 60 on the S, should the X be 4K 60? Is that
1440p 60 at least?
Right. So yeah. I mean, you can't really say they're not doing that. At least not on the first party side.
No, they are, because Redfall is still first party.
Oh, I can't wait till that 60 patch comes out.
He said they didn't have enough time to get to Redfall, but I think
they didn't.
And Starfield is not 60 frames either.
But that's a design choice. That wasn't.
Come on, man. Because it's not. Because you can play it on PC at 60 frames. It's not a design choice.
Whatever you want.
Right. So you can't say it's a design choice.
We don't know that answer yet, Doc.
No, Starfield, they said it'll be unlocked 60, whatever, on PC. They already.
Yeah. I mean, that'll be crazy. That'll be probably the first game ever that gets locked on PC. That'd be crazy. No,
I think with Starfield, it took so long to develop. It went through a couple generations of consoles, and it just got so bloated it just can't run 60 on the current.
Exactly. But now that game Starfield needs to be amazing, because it's going to run at 30. But then let me ask you this: let's see how much faith we have on Xbox. What is Hellblade going to run at?
I was going to bring up Hellblade. Yeah.
Does anybody have the guts to say Hellblade will be 60 frames on the Series X?
But why would Hellblade
be a 60 FPS mode? Yes.
Why would Hellblade? Go ahead.
There will be a 60 FPS mode. Yes.
You're the first person that I've heard that felt comfortable saying that.
Because he's everything Xbox he's comfortable saying. If you're not noticing,
you'll run it either way, so I don't care. But that's not.
But why would Hellblade? My question would be, why would Hellblade need to run 60 FPS?
It doesn't need to. Why does God of War Ragnarok need to run at 120? It doesn't need to, but it does.
I guess
the PS5 runs God of War Ragnarok at 120 frames if you wanted to. Why? Just because it can. Why not? Give the consumer the option. Why not? I would love to. I played Hellblade Xeno as a Sacrifice. I played it at 30 and I played it at 60. 60, it feels better. Like it's unequivocally, it just feels better. But yeah, that game you could get away with it running it at 30, sure. But at 60 is gonna feel better.
I think it'll have a performance mode, maybe even 14, 40, 60.
And it's not an open world game, right?
No,
so
linear, right?
Right. So why would a linear and they can't use the untethered thing like they did for Gotham Knights?
Gotham Knight,
right?
It's not co-op.
So why can the X not run that game at 60? But what's worse is that none of us here, except for you, has the guts to say, well, let me ask you, Cowboy, do you think it's going to run at 60? Do you have the guts to say it's going to have a performance mode?
Be a 60 mode.
I think so.
Say again?
I think it will. Because I just feel like hold up, FK, let me say this. I feel like everything you're saying makes sense, right? It's not going to be open world. We're so massive, right? Like a Starfield. Right. It's not going to have a bunch of solar systems you could go to and planets. It's going to be a story. It's going to be the stereotypical Sony game, the story-driven game where you're just one character fighting and killing enemies. Like
Cowboy, Spider-Man going to have a 60 frames per second mode?
Hell no. Hell yeah. You know it's going to have a 120.
Okay, you see the difference? But Hellblade, you said you think. And I get what you're saying. But Spider-Man is infinitely bigger than Hellblade, is it not? You're swinging from building to building. Right. You're not doing that in Hellblade.
Right. Right.
The movement is a lot more in Spider-Man than any Hellblade game, right?
Right.
So if PlayStation is going to have a Spider-Man 2, and we all here believe, it's going to have a performance. Man, I believe it's going to have a performance mode with ray tracing.
Bro.
Because PlayStation will do that, right?
Hold on.
Why can't the Xbox not do that?
Spider-Man Remastered had a 60 frames performance ray tracing mode, and then you could turn on 120. Bro,
so did Ratchet and Clank.
Yeah, they be doing it. It was sick. I had my boy come over and was like, bro, look at this.
You see wait. I'm gonna tell you what, Doc. I have full faith that Indiana Jones will run 60. Why? Because it's machine games. It's machine games. They are a big developer. They work side to side with ID software.
Mm-hmm.
These are masters of optimization. I fully expect Marathon to be 60 because this is Bungie. They're masters at optimization.
Yeah, but that's a third-party developer. I'm talking about the first party.
That's not
you're talking about first party.
Machine games. There you go. First party.
Okay, what about Fable? Is Fable running at 60?
Oh yeah, it'll probably have 100.
It depends on the developer. Like,
come on, but you see, but we don't have that same question for Sony.
The next Doom game.
Is Wolverine gonna run at 60?
Without a doubt.
But Doc,
I bet you it will. I bet you it will.
The only reason I would say, Doc, I agree with you is just the breakdown of Series X's versus PS5s. In Microsoft, even though they spent $70 billion, it seems like on the game dev side, with the exception of Starfield, it seems like they've been holding back. And that's the only reason, because I could see them saying, like, most Series 5 players don't have Game Pass, and they're not going to optimize for it. That's the only reason I would say that. It's from a business decision that it seems like they may say it's not worth it for the series, considering most of the people would play it on Series S Game Pass. It's the only reason I would go with what you're saying. But otherwise,
but if they're pushing Game Pass PC, they can't be locking games.
But we're not talking Game Pass PC, right? We're talking Game Pass console.
But on the marketing side, it's all the same thing.
But if you go on the back end side, they're not.
Well, I was going to answer for Fable. Fable is being made by the Forza Horizon people. You can't tell me those magicians ain't going to have Fable running 60 or 120.
You could say that. You could, though.
You could. That's the problem. You could. So you guys have a lot of faith when Microsoft literally just showed. They just dropped.
Developer, yes.
Listen, they just dropped a first-person shooter, which is one of the games that you never drop at 30 frames. Dropped it at 30. Yeah. You think you believe that they didn't know that? Like, we're really gonna believe that they didn't know that this game was dropped? On the box, they had to put something on the sticker saying 60 frames will come later.
Country, brother. Yes, I get it, but you're missing the point. We're talking about the next stuff. Okay, and I do think Fable.
I get what you're saying, Kubini. You're saying that they didn't have enough time. I think it's just like, where do you see it? You're saying that they didn't have enough
time, or they realized it was trash and just didn't want to spend the money, and now they're forced to because it came out that way. It's one
right. And then you're saying now, and I say overall, I agree with you. I'm just saying for Docs, the only thing I could see is that it seems like Microsoft does, at least on the development side, not put as much other resources towards it. And that's the reason I could see where, like, if you're saying, oh, we're doing this for the X, but the X hasn't sold you don't have as many X players.
Guys, there's and you gotta look at the history of it, right? There's two games that are first party, big games. Redfall was supposed to be huge. I don't care what anybody says. I remember before Redfall dropped, Redfall was supposed to be a big game that was going to hold us over until Starfield came out.
They was making up for the lack of 2022.
Right.
That was
right. So 30 frames per second, that game's dropped. And now Starfield is also going to be at 30. So what Microsoft is showing me now, regardless of when they got into development or whatever, two of the first party games, not just two of the first party, two of the big first party games this generation are at 30 frames on their most powerful Xbox. And they're not going to be 30 frames on PC. You could play Redfall right now. My Asus ROG Ally runs the game at above 30 frames per second. How is this running it better than my Xbox?
Well, they have it locked at 30 on Xbox.
Exactly.
Even my PC runs it in the 80, 90 FPS range.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, let me clarify this real quick by saying, first party Xbox games, in-house developed games not purchased are going to be different from these games that they're buying and marketing, claiming as their own. It's going to be different. The stuff that's another 2-3 years out, I have no issues with assuming they're going to have performance modes and they're going to be the way they're supposed to be.
But that's
mind you, we're about to get to 3 years.
Building it.
But listen to that logic, Lo. You're saying as games get bigger and better, the performance is going to get better?
No, I'm saying that they're going to make sure that that is a part of the development process. Perfect Dark will absolutely be 60.
Perfect Dark better be 60.
Really? Yes.
Perfect Dark better be 60.
Yes, it will be 60.
But I'm going back to Hellblade. Hellblade wasn't they purchased that. It's not a big studio.
Well, we'll see. I mean, then I'll still hold.
Yeah, Ninja Theory's not that big.
I'll still hold steady with their original in-house studio games are going to be better.
All right.
In-house studio. All right.
Yeah,
I gotta head out though, fellas, in purple.
Like that.
But I appreciate you letting me on, Cowboy.
Definitely. Doc, it's always an open invite for you, man.
Have a good one, Doc. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. You guys have a good one.
All right,
Peace out.
Yeah, buddy.
All right.
Yeah, we'll see later, Doc. Yeah, we'll see, Kabini. I hear you. Though.
There's nothing wrong with being confident, I guess, at this point.
No, Kabini, you're
It's just I know it's different when you're buying a game in a company versus building it yourself from the get-go on that dev kit. I just feel like it's different.
Yeah, no, you're right. A lot comes down to the teams that are involved in stuff. I just think like the games that you mentioned, like some of them are first party, some of them they acquired. And that's where, and so then the argument I think you would make is like, well, how early did they acquire them in the dev cycle?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And you're right. You're right. If they did it early enough, they could really put their time and effort into it.
They could. But then if they don't do it, I think your argument or Xbox's argument, not your argument, but Xbox's argument would be like, well, it's a dev decision. It's a design decision, which it seems like no matter what, there's always like a convenient answer and or excuse depending on how you look at that to say either it's a design decision or we didn't get it in time. It's always going to be one of those. And then when they do hit it, it's always going to be like, well, they got it in time or they built. I just feel like these are all like executive speak to explain something.
You know what the cool thing is? The game I'm interested in for Xbox is Hellblade. So I'll be looking forward to that. But I need to actually play the first one. But that would be the stereotypical Sony style game, right? So it'd be cool to see Xbox Sony style game and what it would look like. And I mean, it's already looking good. So how it's going to run and all that stuff. So
I got to roll. You guys have a great night, both of you, all three of you.
All right, man. Later, Kabini.
Hey, I'll talk to you tomorrow if you want to go around too, brother.
Yeah, I'll talk to you in the Discord also.
That's actually the game, Cowboy, that I'm most nervous about for Xbox. Just because, like, I remember when Hellblade initially came out. It was an indie game. I got it on Switch. It did not have this hype like it did. And what made it interesting was it was different, right? It was real protagonists, the way they did the voices. But when you play the game and the story, like it's a fairly simple game. And so like the story doesn't lend itself to, in my opinion, like it was, I don't think it was meant to be a a franchise type of game. So that's why I'm kind of nervous about it, because
I don't know. You know my theory. I still feel like it was supposed to be part 2 to Heavenly Sword.
Exactly. No, I think you're right. I think you're right. Like Hellblade, Heavenly Sword, there's a lot of stuff there. You know, you're exactly right. But I think as far as like building off of Sinuous story, that's what I'm saying. So like as far as, I think that's the one game where I think it could be like round peg, square hole type of situation. Because I think a lot of people are super hyped about it. I think most of those people haven't actually played Hellblade.
Yeah, like me. I didn't play it.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are like hyping this game up, but when you play it, it's like yeah, if you like stories and you're gonna play it and you're interested in story games, sure. But a lot of people from Xbox were hyping
They
it.
say they don't. Yeah, a lot of people. So that's why I said the stereotypical Sony game. A lot of people from Xbox make it like they don't care about that style game. Well, that's what you're gonna get, and that's supposed to be one of the big pushers. So we're gonna see
That's
how
what
it
I'm saying.
performs.
It's gonna be a hard. And my whole thing is like, even if you were to do like a story, at least Sony stories, they're storytellers, they're entertainers, right? They're creatives. It's like, it's almost like Redfall in a way, not exactly, but it's like this isn't your strong spot, and your source material isn't the strongest source material, if that makes sense. So I don't know.
Well, listen, it was dope. A lot of stuff. I had told you, FCat, we was gonna go gaming the whole time. I had a feeling, and then some. 2 hours extra.
4 hours.
But good stuff. I mean, listen, it was cool.
Yeah, I guess tomorrow you can come on talking about aliens and.
No, you know what? Tomorrow, I'll have to put a post out. I'm actually got to do We Wrestle Wednesdays. Tomorrow. Yeah, I was gonna do it on Thursday, but Purple alluded me to something, and I had to do a switch. Tell all the guys, hey, we got to switch a day, and it worked out cool. Everybody was cool with it, Purple, so that was cool. So yeah, tomorrow I'm doing We Wrestle Wednesdays. Thursday I will be a guest on a show, the Xbox International show. So I think I will still stream. It'll probably be shorter. But what I'll do is I'll just stream the. Oh wait, I might not stream at all because I don't have a controller.
So what are you doing Wednesday?
No, what I'm talking about is Wednesday. Wednesday, I was thinking maybe I'll stream the GameFly game that I got. That I was streaming late last night, but I just dropped off both of my controllers today, so technically I don't have a controller. Maybe I might borrow one from my sons, and I still don't want to open this yet. I think what I'm gonna do is if I get my controllers back and they're good, then I'm just gonna return this to Walmart. Because I really don't want it, because I feel like it's too expensive for me, and I'm not even going to utilize all the features of it. Like I never cared to have extra buttons on the bottom. They might be cool, but you know. So anyway, so today we did this. Tomorrow I'll be doing We Wrestle Wednesday. Wednesday I'll be probably just stream this game for an hour and a half or something. Then I'll be a guest, and then Thursday I'll be streaming something for only 2 hours, and then I'm going to be a Purple's guest. So,
yeah, I don't think anything should pop off this week. Yeah, too crazy if it does. I mean,
well, if it does, we have
you could save that till next week or something.
No, if we does, we got Thursday. I just can't go over. I just can't go past 8 o'clock. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah, got Thursday.
All right.
All right, FCat, man. I hope you have a good night. I'm gonna watch some wrestling. And with that being said, you know what, FCat? I hope you have a good night. And I'm sure you will. And everybody else, now your mama knows.
I'll make you famous.
Because I'm a cowboy! Oh, man! And now, your mama knows.
Bruce, unleash the baby god dragon!